Yo! Did I get you? Did I scare you guys? We're here. Do you guys want some daily slop? Shout out to YouTube. Yo, YouTube, what's going on? What's popping? What's dropping? What's gaming? How are we all doing today? Are we ready for the content? You better be ready. Because, I mean, it's here. There's nothing you can do about it. It's, you know, if you're not ready, it is what it is. Oh, dude, I love this song. We're going to actually listen to this. Yo. Ah. Oh, wait, what is this? Got this clip?
I'm looking into the future. Oh, what is gonna happen last year, guys? Oh,
what the fuck is this?
I'm looking with my tarot cards from the new Elite spec, guys. Oh, what is gonna happen? Oh wait, the new maps are as bad as Janther Wilds. Oh wait, the story is as unfinished as Janther Wilds. Oh,
dude,
wow,
he's completely insane.
Nothing on the
he's completely insane.
Oh my God. Oh, I can't believe I'm looking at the future right now.
Yeah, okay. We are going to talk about everything, obviously, guys. We're going to bring the information. I mean, he broke instantly. Like, awesomeness. He is mentally broken. Look, I don't want to leak DMs here, but I'm going to leak DMs. He was asking me for, like, the edgy Apocalyptica song that he was listening to earlier. He's probably listening to it right now. I don't know. Like, he's gone. Like, this post has ended him. It's time for DYB. I don't think we need DYB now. Oh wait, have my Windows settings reset or something? Like, is my mic fucked? Well, I actually don't trust any of you guys. I need to listen to it myself. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I speak. Okay, I speak. Yeah, okay. It's, this happens every time there's a Windows update, man. Hold on. Bear with me. Random relevant place? Dude, because look, guys, this is going to sound weird, but I don't play this game, man. Dude, I just log in and like run around. All right. Are we good now? Maybe. I don't know. Wait, I'm under attack by a veteran risen giant. What they're working on isn't Guild Wars 3 that can exist alongside it. Well, no, no. The thing is, there's going to, they're going to develop these two games alongside each other, right? That's just the way it is. Wait, what is this? What the fuck is this? Oh, yeah, that's funny. Okay, nice. Yeah, like, both of them will exist. Guild Wars 2 and they're not going to kill Guild Wars 2 ever. There's no way. Wait, what the hell is going on? My audio setup has gone very weird. Hold on. Sounds fine to me. No, it's not. Fuck's sake. Just trying random words. Oh, god damn it. This happens with Windows. Look, you have to just deal with it. You have to roll with it. Windows, when it updates, it randomly rejiggles all of my audio settings. For no reason, by the way. It's actually not, it's nothing to do with voice meter. It's everything to do with Windows. Just don't update Windows? Well, listen, you got to do your Windows updates. How do I fix this? Yeah. How interesting. Paragon gonna be warrior? I mean, no shit. It's definitely warrior. Degra, tier 1, nice. Decade of Guild Wars 2? I mean, look, do you guys think it's the decade of Guild Wars 2? Like, maybe it is. It could be. It could be the decade of Guild Wars 2. This is weird, actually. Like, you guys can hear stuff, but I can't. Century of Guild Wars 2. Eternity of Guild Wars 2. Pretty much, yeah. Wait, this is weird, though. Why can I... Wait, this is weird, though. Why can I... Wait, now I can't hear stuff, but wait, what even happened here? Something is being very unusual. Hold on. The green noise? Dude, the green noise is here. Hissing goes, leave the stream, please, and then come back when I fixed it. Celestial stats for Necro and Open World? I mean, I did basically play a bunch of stuff, but yeah, I'm playing the Forbidden one right now. Dervish or Guardian, you're buying the expansion. Look, let's be real, you're buying the expansion either way. Clickbait. Well, dude, what are you talking about? Of course, we're going over the new post. Like, what, dude? Seriously, every day I'm disappointed with like how low intelligence people are online. Like, why would I not talk about the new post, guys? Am I just trolling? Makes no sense. Liscott, content indeed. Yeah. Ritualist not confirmed, but 80% going to happen for Necro. Wait, are you fucking serious? Wait, do you guys even read? What do you... 80%? How is that 80% confirmed? It's a Necro with, like, the little Ritualist hat from Factions with Ritualist armor summoning a spirit. Okay? What are you talking about, 80%? It's like, they couldn't be a little, you know... They picked, like, the most obvious images imaginable. It's like, oh, I wonder what this is, guys. Oh, yeah, it's literally Paragon. It's with the warrior colors, right? Like, with the warrior yellow, you know? Even looks a bit like Spellbreaker, right? Because it's got that kind of Elonan appearance, right? To the artwork, right? And the armor and so on. It's like, yeah, literally holding a spear. It's like literally a sun spear. I wonder what that could be. Who knows? I mean, look, it's a mystery, guys. Like we have no way of knowing. Darren's with the raid. Very nice. Very nice. We love to see that. Decipher this mystery. I mean, look, we've already deciphered it. It has been deciphered. We know. We have the information. But let me actually fix my audio first. Darren's, I understand that I understand that you're full doom, Darren's. So that's what I'm being told. I'm being told that you've essentially gone insane. Like, that's what I'm being told here. Would you say that that's true? I might have to quickly restart the game. Hold on, bear with me, guys. Something is being unusual. Oh, god damn it. I need to restart some stuff. It's never easy, is it? It is absolutely never easy, my friends. Ritualist spirits. Wait, is he just listening to like really edgy music constantly? That's actually funny. Okay, I need to actually, okay, I'm gonna restart my PC, guys. I have to restart my PC, I think. Just this, Windows has completely owned me in every conceivable sense of the word. Hold on. But it's fine. I can still read Twitch chat, because I have it up on my other computer as well. What are we thinking, chat? Dude, I actually love this. The Guild Wars 2 subreddit is so cooked. Like, there's someone who's saying that we should start talking about Guild Wars 3, and they actually deleted his post talking about that. That's actually so funny. Oh dear, 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 dear. That is actually extremely funny. I don't know why they're so weird about the moderation. I really don't get it. Like, the Guild Wars 2 subreddit is so weird, like with the way the moderation is, right? It's very unusual. At Grok, what should my opinion be? Yeah, it's just weird. It's just strange. It's just strange the way they run it. The total amount of story content is increasing modestly. The biggest benefit is how much more meaningful each individual release will feel. Well, the thing is that I think that's actually an interesting point in my opinion. I think that that's probably true. And what I mean is that, yeah, I think right now the amount of content they have spread out over 3 updates is too thin, right? Like it is too thin, right? It's not enough. It's not enough content to do 3 updates with. But doing 2 updates, essentially, of content, I think actually makes a bit more sense. Like they might be able to do, they might be able to do a better job of kind of creating like a cohesive story if they have to do less updates. So I actually am not super unhappy about that, if that makes any sense. Oh, dude, are you kidding me? Why is this not working? This is very annoying. It's fine. How annoying! Was Jantha good? They changed the expansion for something better. I mean, Jantha was okay. Like it's probably okay. It was all right. Not amazing. Are they changing it to make it better? Not really. No, they're kind of like jiggling things around a little bit, but they're not really like changing it in a major way. I would say it's like all small adjustments. Boom. Yeah, this is very strange. Like, you guys can hear stuff, but I actually can't. Oh, let me see if I can fix this. Hold on. Okay, we're getting there. Do you want the Elite Spent to Guardian to be? I don't really mind, to be honest. Anything will be good. Next has more frogs. True. Although this, to be fair, Jantha Worlds actually did have a lot of frogs. So I don't think we can really level a lack of frogs accusation at Jantha Worlds. Yeah. Boom. Grouch reply. Oh, shit. The shift is a longer dev cycle. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. Overlapping dev timelines. We're aiming for a modest scope increase in the quarter release 2, 3 versus expansion. Yeah. Main benefits. Yeah, exactly. See? Yeah. This is what. Look, guys. That's what I said. Okay? Dude, maybe I'm Grouch. Have we thought about that? I haven't really thought about that. Have we considered that I'm the same guy? Yeah. I think, look, again, you have to, the only thing that sucks here is, guys, let's be real here. There's basically no content in the first update, right? It's going to be heavily systems focused. It's going to be focused around, like, polishing existing content and systems updates. And look, okay, look, I'm going to have to be that guy, right? Because I am that guy. Yeah, it is clear that ArenaNet can't actually make enough content to fill these updates, right? And that feels really, really bad. But it is what it is. Like, that is the reality of the situation. They cannot make enough stuff to fill their expansion cycle at a good quality. Yeah. So what? It's normal? Well, actually, no. No, okay, look. Wait, why do I have to explain this? The reason why people are concerned about this is because they used to be able to do this, right? They used to release an update with a new map, loads of new story every 3 months. They did this in Living World Season 3. They did this with Path of Fire and Living World Season 4. Like, people don't think like the game is just like fully dead and like the game is complete trash. People don't like the fact that the game has declined. That's what people are basically complaining about. The game is declining. And they're trying to stabilize it. But look, so... Oh, dude, why do you guys make me do this? It's so boring. This is basically like how Guild Wars 2 has been, right? Like, it's been going down, and it's been stabilized, right? It was a bit wobbly, but we've stabilized it. But the thing is, it's pretty obvious we're not going back up, right? We're staying here. That's why people are upset. That's why people are mad. It's not because this is, like, bad. You know, if we have the graph of, like, video games, you know, it's not horrible, right? Like, this is, like, the goodness factor. It's not horrible. You know, it's perfectly okay. But the thing is that people remember this, right? People remember when it was like this, and it's pretty obvious we're not going back, right? We're staying here. And that's why people are upset. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, I was thinking Ritualist would be for Rev 2, because that would kind of make sense, but it looks like it's going to be Necro, yeah. This is every MMOG, though? No, it isn't. That's the thing. This is very notably not true of old-school RuneScape, World of Warcraft, and Final Fantasy. Can't speak to ESO. Have to keep you on your toes? Yeah. You goddamn right. What was the high point? Depending on who you ask, like Heart of Thorns or Path of Fire. Yeah. Boom. So it really depends who you ask. Well, what I mean is, though, is that Final Fantasy is kind of, like, I understand that it's not in the best spot right now, but it's had its ups and its downs. It's, like, gone up and down, right? It's had its, like, big redemption, had, like, a really sick expansion. It goes up and down, right? It has, like, a not necessarily negative trajectory. Very much the same with WoW, right? Like, WoW always loves to have a dog shit expansion, then, like, a really good one. It goes up and down, right? Wasn't Soto worse than Janther? I'd say Janther is weird, actually. Some people prefer Soto, some people prefer Janther. I would say Janther Wilds, if I try to look at it objectively, or as objectively as possible, I would say that... I would definitely say that Janther Wilds is slightly better, but actually not much better. And I think a lot of the betterness is actually in the systems. Like, Spears are much better than Soto's combat feature. Spears are much more interesting. So I think that's a huge win. I think, if anything, though, this is weird, but I almost feel like the story is actually not quite... I think the story in Janther is actually worse. Because, like, like, Soto was definitely a bit anticlimactic, but at least it had, like, a main end villain. It wasn't really an end villain in Janthir. I think that was a bit tough. So I don't know, it's kind of tough. Yeah. Is there not one where it goes up as the production value of X-Packs gets better? Yeah, but that's the thing. That isn't happening really, and it doesn't look like that is the plan either. It looks like the plan is basically to rearrange resources to make it more efficient and refine what they have, not increase or grow. It looks like we're shuffling stuff around rather than increasing, basically. Devs are complacent? I don't think so at all, actually. I don't think the devs are complacent. I think that they're just working with limited resources. I'm doing the jumping puzzle. It's time. It's time. What is it? Unifying raids and strikes? Probably adding a daily reward. This is, I think, a very good change, by the way. Probably adding a unified reward structure for both of them. Probably both daily lockouts, maybe with like a weekly bonus. I think it will end up looking a lot more like the strike system for everything. And then probably combining them on the LFG as well, which I think is actually really good. Yeah, it's in the new map, yeah. Oh, I better restart the bot. The bot is back. LFG overhaul? I don't think it's going to be an LFG overhaul. I think it will just combine the categories in the LFG. No vision or path on how to potentially increase those resources. I just think that's probably not on the agenda, really. LFG overhaul needs to happen. To be honest, I don't think it's actually that relevant anymore. I think the point. I know it's a meme, but I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's a little late for that. It's a little late for that one, guys. And it would be nice, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it will be as impactful as you might think. The biggest issue that a lot of the end game has is that there's not enough people playing it. Dude, look, guys, let me tell you a secret here. If ArenaNet don't explicitly say something's happening, it's not happening. Unless they say there's an LFG overhaul coming, it's not coming. This is something that, you know, you have to be aware of. Like, if they don't say exactly what it is, it doesn't exist. If people play more if there was a queue. I actually think that most raid content is easy enough now that you could use a group finder because of power creep. Maybe for not everything, like stuff like, I think some of the fights that have like specialized roles, like Kadim, would be really weird in a group finder. But quite a lot of stuff actually would work now because like the content's so easy. Change LFG. Choose who you invite rather than joining a group. I think, I don't know, maybe. I'm not sure. It would be a good change though. They want to the clearly mean they update the LFG. I mean, look, I think they want to, but like, you know, that's who wouldn't want to, right? It's definitely a good thing to attempt. That's for sure. If sales and expect play numbers go, they have leverage shots more. Is that not happening? Well, the thing is, that isn't happening, yeah. Like, the sales for Janthir Wilds, and I actually admit, this was a surprise to me. I wasn't expecting this. Janthir Wilds didn't sell as much as Soto. It's actually quite significant, too. Like, the sales numbers for Soto were quite a bit better. So, yeah, like, that's kind of the part of the problem, right? Is that, yeah, there is an issue there. Need to add jiggle physics. I mean, look, that could be effective. That could be a good investment. Yeah. Piece of content level down depending on whether there's a Discord server for it. That is definitely a problem in Guild Wars 2, yeah. That is definitely a major issue. Soto's peak sales on Bikini. That is true. That is true, actually. I mean, look, they were kind of onto a couple of winners with that one. That's for sure. Yeah. I kept a small garden and orchard near here. Yeah. You know what's interesting though, guys? I don't think we need DYB. Yeah, no, I think Elite Specs will help a lot. Elite Specs will definitely give the game a bit of oomph with the sales. For sure. I think that will be really useful. Wait. I demand DYB. We need it now. I see it. It's so stupid. Explain DYB? I mean, I don't even know, to be honest. It's a very extreme tree-themed emote. I guess that's the description of it. Teapot tech tips? Yes. We were able to fix Vivi's PC. That's the good news. Yeah. Vivi can now play the game again. Yeah. Okay, this is great. This is fucking content, guys. I'm going to tell you guys a really funny story. So Vivi had like a really big PC upgrade. He went to a 9800X3D, I think from just like a, you know, just a normal setup, a normal PC. And okay, so the TLDR is, his machine was running at about half capacity. His CPU was scoring about half what it should on benchmarks. But I assume he didn't really notice that because his, you know, it was still an upgrade anyway, right? Because he had a big PC upgrade. So he didn't realize that his machine was actually running like complete ass. Yeah. He didn't realize it should have been even better than it was. What was the cause? It was something wrong with the BIOS. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not entirely sure what was wrong with it. But reinstall the BIOS, job done. Easy. Who knows? Tech magic. Did it bottleneck? Or did it have parking problems? Like, I don't know much about hardware, guys, to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to pretend to have knowledge on this. We did some tests. I noticed that 2 of the cores were randomly running insanely slow. One of them was at nearly half the frequency it should be. The other one about 75%. I don't know why that was, really. We just did the basic turn it on and off again, right? Like, firmware update, BIOS update, and clean install, job done. And that fixed it. What was actually wrong? Fuck, I don't know, dude. I've got no idea. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Gaming RAM at 2000. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I mean, if people build their own machine, I feel like they're probably like hooked into guides, so they're going to, you know, they're going to enable XMP, right? So that isn't an issue. But yeah, if you're not really into building PCs or you're not super tech savvy, there are probably some shitty SIs, right, that won't do it properly and won't set up your machine properly for you, and that could be an issue. Yeah. Another note about World Tour, we're not getting anything related to same old event like Orbs. Well, the thing is, World Burst is what is kind of done. In a weird way, right? It's also not really an expansion feature. It's kind of included in the core systems. So I would expect to see World vs. World updates in the first quarterly, basically. Particularly looking at making making winning matter trademark is probably what I'd expect to be kind of looked at. Ow. Dude, I'm getting thiefed to death. Oh, dude, double Deadeye. Oh, rally! I think I could have lived there, actually. Wasn't expecting that immobilized to last that long. Yeah, so that's kind of what I think, for sure. Like, they're going to change some systems. Oh, new PC. No, hi. What do you get? Are you getting... Surely it's 99 XCD Toast, yes? Surely. Yeah, nice, man. Nice. They didn't announce a new X-Pack after this. I mean, look, we're going to talk about that as well, but I'm not going to lie, guys. I do view that as highly sus. Also, shout out to YouTube. I do view that as sus, guys. I'm going to be real. Yeah. Coming on the 15th, yeah, I'm going to hold judgment until the 15th, a million %. Yeah, of course, Butter Peanut. I completely agree with that, because this is very specifically the retrospective, right? Not a studio. This is not a studio update, right? And I think that is, I will make that clear. This is not a studio update. So I wasn't really expecting to see anything like that in this thing, if that makes any sense. Like, I wasn't even expecting this post, to be honest. I kind of forgot it was supposed to happen, like the retrospective. But I was not expecting that, right? New expect in this bonus. Yeah, no. Yeah, are you listening to what I'm saying? I literally said that. I wouldn't expect them to necessarily talk about that in this blog post. Yeah. Yeah. People expect big updates and still not realize we've been winding down for a while. Now, if you play WoW, you know what actively MMO develop looks like. I mean, look, it's just people love this game, right? People love the game. I don't blame people for kind of wanting to get back on it, you know? Build smaller, not big, kind of implies this expansion won't be the last. I actually did read I've read the entire thing. I don't think so, actually. Yeah, okay. Our biggest priorities in likely years is untangling years of accumulated system complexity. I mean, streamlining overlapping features, reducing technical debt, and reinforcing what makes Guild Wars 2 shine. Like, I actually don't think that implies that, to be honest. That doesn't imply that. In fact, look, I'm going to be real. If I get anything out of that, it's that's kind of the general direction of where the game is going, right? Basically, fixing what's already here, improving what exists is like a big priority for the game. I think it kind of, yeah, I don't think it really implies that. Yeah. I don't think it implies that. I feel that the stream is going to be goated. Well, listen, okay, you might want to skip like the first 30 minutes where I'm fixing my sound settings. But, yes. I feel ya. When they're going up with a smaller team, yeah, that's exactly the read that I have. It's like they're getting the game ready to be run alongside Guild Wars 3. That's kind of what it feels like to me. Recent changes to the game? I mean, no, not really. I don't really hate the updates to the game, so I will not complain about them, right? I actually liked the, I like the Fractal, to be honest. I like the Fractal CM. I was actually quite impressed. Yeah, I mean, the benchmarks are a little bit out of hand, but they will fix that, to be fair. Like, look, I don't really stress out too much about like overpowered builds because the devs will fix them. It's not a big deal, to be honest. Almost certainly kill Guild Wars 2. I don't think necessarily. Not necessarily the case in my opinion. Like if they're different, and also like what about like RuneScape and old school RuneScape, right? What about classic WoW and retail World of Warcraft? I actually think this is kind of where the MMO model is going, actually, is kind of running multiple versions of your product and then having different update cycles on those. That actually seems to be like a really successful model that multiple games are actually doing right now. Yeah, PoE 1 and 2. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't agree that this is necessarily a problem. Classic Plus coming or what? Yeah, it's more or less confirmed. Agrand has like very strongly implied it on social media. Yeah. And yeah, that's surveys and stuff too. Yeah, let's go EB. Exactly, Snort Juice. Well, yeah, it is. It's really good to run them alongside because you can basically cover your own gaps in releases with the other one. This is what WoW does very effectively, actually. They do it very effectively, right? Like, basically, dude, World of Warcraft is like a genuine black hole right now, dude. Like, I'm actually pretty sure that you could play if you played all the versions of WoW. You would literally never run out of stuff to do. And I mean, like, genuinely never. In fact, you'd probably have an infinite number of tasks to complete that you'd never be able to get through. Because they just cover the gaps in releases with, like, all of the different versions of the game. Yeah, they're not really in direct competition because they're different, right? They're offering different experiences. So it kind of works. With how far Guild Wars 3 appears to be, I wouldn't be so sure, to be honest. You'd have multiple cash up items. Look, that's the real big brain move, though, of course.
You'll find everything you need here.
Radically different game? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think it will be a radically different game, Lemonmoth, for sure. Why would it not be? Like, why make a new game if you're not going to make it radically different? Weren't you always saying Guild Wars 3 is closer than people think? Yup. I maintain that view. I'm a Guild Wars 3 truther, guys. That's what I am. Oh, look, dude, we got a 1v1. Oh, it's a Soul Beast mirror. Dude, double Jan Theory B. I wonder if in World vs. World you actually can kill each other with Soul Beast. I'm not actually sure that you can. Because this build is really, really tanky. They're both playing like the Condi Soul Beast build, by the looks of this. And yeah, I'm not actually sure how much kill potential you have on the other, because they're both really, really durable. And also quite mobile, so you can disengage pretty effectively. They could, look, for all we know, guys, they could have been here for hours, right? Just fighting each other. There's also no Jan Theory B being utilized by this player, which I think is actually a mistake. By the way, none of them are using Jan Theory B. You guys serious? No Jan Theory B? The Aboga is pretty cool, actually. Aboga's pretty cool. Oh, shit! This guy's fucked! Liv, did he get his bear stance off? Yeah, look at this disengage. Oh! The kiting is big. Is it enough, though? This guy's playing power, not Condi as well. It's kind of worth noting. He has a great sword. Explains the lack of Jan Theory B. Shout out to Jan Theory B. French Mafia. French guys. French gameplay is here. Ooh, that's a nice elite skill burst there from the blue Soul Beast. It's not quite enough to get the kill, though. Wait, who is this? Wait, hold on. Wait, who is this individual? Oh, this is Yama? Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is a thief, world versus world thief aficionado in particular. Nah, this is fine. Fine, Yama is chill. Yama is a chill gamer. Not a problem. Very exciting. Oh, the Soul Beast here was able to win. We were kind of distracted there during that. I thought you knew we were memeing? No, I do. Look, do you know how often people have, like, new accounts and how many accounts people have in this game? Okay? How am I supposed to keep track of all of this? Ah, wait. The Hive is here. Yeah. He's, well, no, it's just, yeah, but I have, standard models. Right, I have, standard models. So I can't see. Wait, actually, let's turn them off. Because I do know what Yama looks like, obviously, right? Like, I know. Okay. Wait, this is not that iconic for Yama. When I think about Yama's character, I'm thinking about, like, the massive demon gloves, right? And, like, the huge demon shoulders. So I wouldn't really say this is, that iconic. Unseen Voltaic is here. Always tired. Tell me about it, bro. Guardian spec? I mean, I don't know. Guardian is a hard one for me because it feels very complete. I feel like they could go for kind of like a monk thing. Like, you know, Guild Wars 1 again, monk style. Or dervish, maybe. Like holy warrior. Because Willbender is not really a holy warrior. You know what I mean? So they could lean into that. You could have like a zealot type elite specialization. Again, like a dervish, like channeling the powers of the gods, right? Kind of angle. Because Willbender isn't that. Willbender is very much like an enforcer, right? For the Canthan Empire, of course. Rather than kind of like something that's linked to channeling god powers. Yeah. Elementalist Dervish. That could be honestly really cool too, yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, we're actually under attack. We need to go. Oh wait, no, that's that. Isn't Firebrand supposed to be a fanatic? Yeah, I guess Firebrand is a bit of a fanatic, aren't they? But again, it's not really linked to the gods, really. It's kind of linked to almost like this, you know, the lore of the land, right? You know what I mean? Like of Alona, right? Like, you know, reciting these ancient battles and telling incredible stories, right? And inspiring people around you. Yeah, it could be like a paladin style thing. So that's what we could be kind of going with there. Yeah, like a scribe, you know, like telling the stories of the ancient battles. And ancient stories of Alona. It's a good RP, actually. Be yourself. B-Boy cubed in the chat. Legendary B. World record holder, Kingdom Hearts 3 speedrunner. Soon to be at Awesome Games Done Quick. Shout out to B-Boy, by the way. The strike and raid streamlining means? Oh no, wait. Dude, the pad actually attacked me. That's actually really unfortunate for this guy. I'm gonna back off a bit. Looks like he maybe tabbed onto me by accident. I think it's probably going to be streamlining the currency, streamlining the reward structure. So I'm pretty sure. Okay, we'll obviously do like a full talk of this when we go over the article. But wait, what's happening here? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. I think what happened. Oh, yeah. Okay. The sous vide steak is here. Very nice, delicious. I think what's very likely to happen is it's going to be like strike missions. So you're going to have like a weekly achievement for doing stuff, but also daily rewards too. I think daily rewards is a huge deal because the population size in Guild Wars 2 for PvE is simply not large enough for weekly rewards. It's just not. And actually, I'm going to defend Guild Wars 2 here a bit. Do you know the problem with rewards in Guild Wars 2? They're account bound. One of the reasons why, for example, the WoW LFG is so active, like almost 24/7, 7 days a week, is because the rewards are character bound. So in other words, once I've done my heroic clear, I'm going to do it on my other characters too, right? And that essentially multiplies. To be fair, most people only play on 1 or 2 characters, but there are power users, right? Like me, who play on like 6 characters, and all of a sudden that means you've got a lot more people raiding, right? You've got a lot more people raiding throughout the week and at random times because they're character bound. So basically, making the reward structure in Guild Wars 2 daily makes infinitely more sense than having it weekly, because 1, the population is relatively low, and 2, the rewards are account bound as well. So daily would be huge. It would really improve the population, especially on non-Mondays, right? Because there's actually a whole bunch of people who do raid on Monday, right? But people in Guild Wars 2, as they do in every game really, people raid log. They go, I'm going to do my weekly raids, then I'm going to come back next time, right? There it is. That's basically what people do. It is what it is. When you have more than a few characters, yeah, it's pretty grindy when you got like, if you're trying to run like 6 accounts, it's a bit annoying in WoW. But I mean, in Guild Wars 2, it wouldn't be an issue because it's just gold farming. It's not a big deal. The power users in Guild Wars 2 make more accounts. Yeah, but way less people do that. Almost nobody does that. Because people obviously care about their main. Like, people want to be able to progress their main. And you can kind of do that by, like, funneling the gold back, but it's kind of annoying, to be honest. Not many people do it. Yeah. So that would be my take on that, yeah. Earnable 7 times per week, either daily or... Yeah, I mean, that would honestly be a fine approach as well. Like, you can do it 7 times, and then people will kind of, like, naturally spread it out. I don't really have much of a preference to each system. It just doesn't really matter that much. Let's kill this veteran guard. Veteran guard is down. Forcing daily things sucks people who play once or twice a week but can play for a longer time. I mean, that's like literally everything in Guild Wars 2 is like that. Like, Stripe missions are like that. Open world metas are like that. You just see it is what it is. Can you TL, you don't use overlays like Blish HUD? To be honest though, I don't, what would I use it for? Can you TLD on me the blog post? The really big things is that they've said that their really big development priority is basically fixing their systems and like fixing their system complexity. And there's basically they're basically compressing the quarterly updates into the second the back two. So the first quarterly update basically isn't going to have much content. It's going to be focused around refining stuff that's already there, like polish and systems updates. And then the second two quarterly updates are going to have all of the story and the maps in them. That's basically the TLDR. Not going anytime soon. I don't get that from that post at all, to be honest. I do not think that. More story all at once. I think it's a good decision, yeah. I think it will make what they have better. Basically, in my opinion, the current development strategy for Guild Wars 2 is basically optimize the usage of the resources they have as much as possible to make the best possible game. Like, that's basically what it sounds like to me. Like, and you might think, well, duh, right? But what I mean is that I don't think they're really planning on growing it that much. It's more like we're going to be as efficient as possible with what we've got and make it the best we can with what we've got. Because here's the thing, like, if they were like, okay, we're just going to make it better, they would say, yeah, we're just going to smash the quarterly updates, right? Like, everyone is going to be significantly bigger now. That's not what's happening. They're saying we're basically rearranging it to make it better. Like, we're shuffling things around. We're not growing, right? Like, that's what it says. Yeah. Oh, shit. We're under attack from Thief and Ranger here. We've killed the Ranger. Haven't even had an announcement yet. Yeah, and there may not be one. Wait, I was rezzing this guy and he misformed. That's crazy. Yeah, oh yeah, and no weapons, yeah. I kind of already expected that, to be honest, though. Like, that's not really a surprise. Yeah. That's not a surprise to me. Yeah. Wait, how is it my fault that AFK farmers quit the game? Okay, it's maybe like a tiny bit my fault because I did raise the profile of it. Wait, guys, I don't think I'm like no new weapons. Obviously, you know, it would be cool if there were weapons as well, but I mean, I don't know, elite specs is still pretty hype. Boom. Warrior would get focus. Focus. Log in. Focus offhand. Focus main hand. Dual wield foci. World vs. World minimap dead then? No revival? Actually, what are you referring to? I would actually like a new World vs. World map, but yeah, I think it's not really anything coming anytime soon, yeah. Balance out weapons or elite specs? Definitely elite specs. Because elite specs make these like really big. Elite. I actually think it probably won't be that bad this time because they have Trig and CMC, who are, in my opinion, are good designers who understand the game. So they probably won't be like broken on a mechanical level. The reason why elite specs can be tough to balance is because stuff like Scourge is just broken on a mechanical level. It's just broken, fundamentally. And there's a lot of stuff like that that they've added to the game. It's just broken, not really fixable, without massively reworking it. But I don't think Trig and CMC will let that happen. Oh, well, no map content makes no sense. I know you don't mean that. Well, of course I didn't mean that, yeah. Why would I... Wait, I had not even considered that people would interpret it that way, Ron Fox. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, who is thinking that there's no map content on release? Yeah, of course that's not the case. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes literally no sense. Like, yeah. Why would, dude, if they released the expansion with no map content, bro, that would be insane. Like, what? Dude, that would actually be game over. Holy, that would be crazy. Yeah. They just well, they released like elite specs and nothing else. What? I mean, honestly, dude, I'd pay $25 for elite specs. I'm not gonna complain about that, but like that would be. I mean, that would be something. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Better load up that deluxe. That's really good. Yeah. It better give you some of those really cool skins to tide you over. Wait, Darren's is DMing me. Oh man, that's funny. More DRMs, yes, we had DRMs. Dude, where is everyone? I guess it's 7. It's not that late though. Is my link dead? Wait, how is this map have Q on it? What the fuck is this? Oh, there must be like oh, I think there's like a close tag, huh? Over here. Let's go hang out. We're gonna do the news soon, by the way, guys. We are doing the news soon. Get ready for it. We are going to be dropping big content. Shout out to YouTube, by the way. Dude, 300 people on YouTube. I'm famous, guys. I'm famous. Just saying. Yeah, content slop. Content slop is coming. Yeah. Wait. Whoa. Something's just hit me. Darren's Twitch name is Darren's with S. What does the S stand for? Slop, surely. Darren's with slop. Content Corp, Mighty Teapot. Oh yeah, you're releasing Content Corp on me, bro? Okay, we can maybe try and defend this camp. It's 2 players. We can maybe assassinate this Guardian. Okay, we got him. Featured in Edge of the Mist. I mean, Edge of the Mist is kind of obsolete. Like, the original purpose of Edge of the Mist was basically a place where you would wait to get into World vs. World, like an extended queue system, basically. But World vs. World doesn't really need that anymore. Yeah. We got the Core Guard. I mean, we did. We got the Core Guard. And then we got the Harbinger. Yeah. Incredible. I guess PvP, we got the other maps and instanced. Pretty much, yeah. Add that new game mode they created? Nah, not the big, like, 10v10 map, no. Mechanics are so weapon focused. I mean, look, okay, hold on. We need to be a little bit... We need to be a little bit serious about this. They didn't do this to focus on mechanics, Northra. They did this because doing weapons and elite specs is too much for, you know, basically a one-year cycle. Like, they're not doing this to focus. They're doing this because they cannot do that, right? It's not, the motivation is very different. And I don't think it's a bad decision, by the way. It's actually a good decision. I think elite specs with no weapons is actually better than weapons, like for what it's worth. But we need to be realistic about the situation, like why they went this way. Yeah, this is going to be a little tricky. Is an allowance of that choice? Well, I don't think necessarily, to be honest. Because, again, like, they have less time, or, like, less resources. Yeah. Good evening. Dude, Objective Defender, log in. Full PvP, no, it did. If they added open world PvP, that would be omega hype, actually. All right, I'm going to defend Home Borderland, then we're going to do the news. Get ready. How hype is it? No, they're obviously not going to do that, guys. It would be funny if they did that, though. Full open world PvP. Yeah, it's full loot PvP as well. Fractals, not sure what other system makes sense. I mean, yeah, they might look at fractals. Look, okay, I don't want to be that guy, Nanny, but like, this is how I see it. They're not really putting much more into the next expansion. It's going to be, in terms of scope, it's going to be similar. They're just moving it around so the dev strategy is better. Specifically, they want to make the maps better, more polished, and more cohesive. And they want to make the story, like, meatier by combining all of the story and map content from the first update into the second two updates, right? Quarterly updates. Like, they're not doing more, they're doing smarter. Look, they're very explicit. Like, they're building, look, guys, can we read? Building smarter, not bigger. Right? It ain't complicated. Like, this is what they're doing, yeah. They're not doing more, they're doing better use of what they have. Yeah. Modest scope increase. Yeah, and, okay, look. Guys, I am going to be that guy as well with this. Look, it's, they say, yeah, where's the, okay. The total amount of story content across the expansion is increasing modestly. Let me translate that from corpus speak. It's a very small increase. Don't get me wrong, that's good. I'm actually really glad to hear that, by the way. But look, if they say modest, it means not very much. And that's you know, look, that's just the way it is, right? Like you as a game director, you're not going to say, oh yeah, we're adding like a little bit more story. Like you're going to be diplomatic that way. This is diplomacy, right? Like this is intelligent usage of language. They're not going to say, oh yeah, like a little bit extra. They're going to say, oh yeah, we're modestly increasing the story content. But let me translate that from Corpa. Yeah, that's minutes, not hours, right? Like that's what that is. It's like, you know, it's going to be like 45 minutes longer. Like 30 minutes, 45 minutes longer. Yeah. 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 No, I actually hope that they don't have the bar filling stuff. It kind of sucks. But that's, I think, hopefully what they'll be able to accomplish. That's what they'll be able to accomplish with basically combining all the story and map content into 2 updates. They'll be able to make it more cohesive and have like a better gameplay experience. Yeah. Issue with the bar? I kind of do. The bar kind of sucks. I don't like the bar. And it's not like the end of the world or anything, but I'm not a fan. Yeah. How fast to ArenaNet onto tickets? They're pretty quick on it usually. Oh no, I can't res that. That's too much heat. I was gonna go for like a elite elixir stability res, but that's not gonna happen. Oh shit, dude, blue is moving as well. It's time to get the hell out of here. Boom. Delivering meaningful, replayable encounters with raids and strike missions. Do you recall when I was in the UK, I said I'd pandered to all the things people have wanted? I'd add elite specs, Paragon, Dervish. I mean, yeah, look, it's happening. Sneb had insider information the entire time. What can I tell you? Leakzor. Oh shit. The green team is just killing everyone. That's crazy. Raids or strikes? Probably strikes. Well, I mean, they're the same thing now, so it doesn't matter. And let's be honest, guys. Like, Wing 8 isn't really a raid in the sense that it's not like Wing 1, 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6, or 7, right? Like, Wing 8 is basically 3 strike missions in the same instance. I don't think they have the dev bandwidth to actually make, like, what we would call a raid. Well, they clearly don't. Yeah. They clearly don't. Yeah, exactly. You don't have Twisted Castle, no River of Souls, none of like the mini game stuff in between encounters, right? Like all that kind of stuff. It just doesn't exist anymore. Wing 7 barely counts as a raid also in that case. I would argue to an extent, yeah, that Wing 7 was when they were running out of steam for raids in general, right? I think that's notable. Like, Wing 7 is, like, very, unfinished, I would say. Like, very notably, Kadim 2, I'd say is very unfinished. They clearly wanted to cook a bit more on that fight in particular. Like, Adina is very finished, and so is Sabir. But Kadim 2, really not so much. We're going to find the post on Guild Wars 2's website. Everyone trying to skip that stuff by buying instances anyways? Well, I mean, I don't know, I kind of like it, to be honest. I think it makes the experience a bit more fun, but that's just me. Yeah. Boom. Pow. They were more efficient with their player base, likes or doesn't like. No, I can, because I feel like that is what a raid is. Well, I mean, look, I'm being pedantic because I think the difference between strikes and raids is essentially negligible anyway. I don't think it's a particularly meaningful difference. But the only difference is that raids have trash events and RP in them. That is the only meaningful distinction between strike missions and raids, really. And that, like, raids have multi-boss instances. But that's like, whatever. Yeah. I don't think it's a particularly meaningful distinction. Clearly, ArenaNet don't either, seeing as they're combining them next expansion. Yeah. But it's, yeah, it is what it is. Combine the content, rewards and ways to access it. Well, they're going to be named the same thing probably, but like they're going to combine them in every way, yeah. Menu to go boss to boss. Yeah, but I don't find Wing 8 particularly immersive for that exact reason, though. Like, the boss is just, like, plonked there, and you just, like, walk over, you know? There's not really a lot of, like, immersive RP in Wing 8 whatsoever, in my opinion. Like, if you compare, like, how immersive Wing 1 is compared to Wing 8, I feel like it's not even close. And definitely, so, like, you know, Wing 6, Wing 7. There's a lot more of, like, a story to those than there is to Wing 8. Like, in Wing 8, the boss is just there, right? Like, all three of the bosses are in the same instance, but it's exactly that. They're just plonked in the same instance. Strikes have a bad name due to Icebrood Saga strikes. I mean, I'm not even sure if that's necessarily true. Like, Icebrood Saga strikes, no joke, are very good. I was actually hoping that Wing 8 would have a lot of design inspiration from them, to be honest, particularly in how, like, quickfire they are, on normal mode at least. They were way too easy. That gave them a bad name. I actually don't think so. I think Icebrood Saga strikes were a good difficulty, to be honest. I don't think Icebrood Saga strikes like have a bad reputation like the more hardcore community because like those players like appreciate those for what they are. They're supposed to be like some, you know, pretty chill, like just quickfire blast content. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably, yeah, like Icebrood Saga 5 is no joke, probably some of the highest played PvE content that exists. Dude, Planix is sending me pictures of him in Norway. It's based. Honestly, it's like an absolutely lovely country. I'll have to go at some point. Very nice. Sauna stream? Dude, we do need the sauna stream. We do need that. Are they not attacking Garrison? Dude, it's over. Like, they just left. They just took the towers and just depleted. Yeah. Incredible. I don't think new players struggle getting into raids or strikes. I think they definitely do. Well, I think there's like, yo, dude, players with a tier 1, 95 billion years, dude. That's some old school shit right there. It depends what you mean by struggle. I think the problem with strikes and raids is that the people who do strikes and raids, there aren't a lot of new players doing them. Like, there aren't a lot of groups that are appropriate for new players. That's the issue. Is that almost all of the groups that are made are by veterans. There's a very small flow of people getting into that stuff. And some of that is just because of the nature of Guild Wars 2. And in fact, quite a lot of it is. People do not view this game as a raiding game. People do not view this game as a group content game. People view this as basically a solo open world game, is essentially how it's viewed, right? Which to be fair, that's kind of what it is. So you don't really have that new audience getting into the game, right? Like you don't have people doing that. Yeah. Yeah. You can take them for strikes because it's easy daily content. Yeah, almost nobody does that, though. That's the thing. Like, you're in the extreme minority there. Yeah. For example, look, I'm the other end of this, Mimi 3. I have actually basically entirely quit raiding in this game. I haven't done any raiding or endgame PvE in Guild Wars 2, fracked dungeons or raids and strikes, because look, I'm going to be real. Let's get a little memey. I find the skill level too low in this game. It's not fun for me to play in that environment. I don't like. I find particularly the pug skill level to be way too low. It's not fun. I just don't enjoy it. The game shouldn't cater to you and it wasn't designed to be hard or competitive. Yeah, I never said it should. I'm just saying that is the environment and I don't enjoy it. And therefore I don't play. The players being low skill or the content is too easy? The players mostly, yeah. The content is a little bit too easy for me. For my personal taste, but I'm a bit of a tryhard, so I'm not gonna slight the game for that. Yeah, they only figured... This is going to sound weird to you, Toast, but Guild Wars 2 only figured out difficulty settings, like, only a few years ago. It was not... They didn't have that before that. It's funny. Yeah. Do you feel like the content is too easy and you've done it so many times that it's trivial? That's obviously part of it, but also it is just easy. And, you know, one thing, actually, that I also don't like is that, okay, this will sound weird to many people here, I think, but I actually find the classes too easy to play in this game. I feel like everything has become too easy to play. I don't find the classes and like the combat to be very engaging because everything is just so spammy, right? Like particularly because I like to play supports, I like to play healers, and I feel like healers are just so easy to play, right? Like you just spam, right? Like you just mash stuff, right? You know what I mean? And I don't find that fun. It's too easy. It doesn't engage me. I don't. My brain isn't engaged while playing the classes in this game anymore. Yeah, it's not reactive. Like you just send. Like it's not dynamic enough. I don't find the combat very dynamic. Especially supports. Supports are too easy to play. You achieve everything else to achieve in it. I don't think any person playing the game for 3 years would feel the same way. Yeah, of course. Look, yeah, but I'm not saying that. Why are you basically criticizing me for saying something that I don't say? I'm giving my opinion. I'm me. I'm allowed to give my opinion, right? What do you think is the hardest content in Guild Wars 2, in your view? I think the hardest thing you can do in the game currently is Sarah CM Legendary Mode with Embodiment of Sin. Well, yeah, unless you know about PvP. PvP is obviously harder. PvP lately? Yeah, PvP is probably the game mode that has the most interest to me. The thing that I find really demotivating about playing PvP is that, okay, look, this is going to sound weird, but people, I don't feel very motivated to play PvP because people don't try to win. Even the French aren't really trying to win anymore. And that's really disappointing to me. They're not really trying. Because they're not playing like good strats or anything. They're just playing like Renegade, which I don't think is even good. To be honest, like, and they like Renegade, right? And I get that, but I just feel like they're just not trying to win. Like, we need a server merge because 55 and USA are, like, in my opinion, the only two teams that try to win these days. Grimm's team did as well, but Grimm is kind of like he's an OSRS Andy now. So like that team, it doesn't really exist, right? Or not so much. But yeah, I always say, man, I think PvP is my favorite game mode. I think that's true. It's the game mode I enjoy the gameplay the most of. But the problem is I'd want to play competitively, right? I want to try and win the monthly. The problem is people just don't try to win. Like, nobody's trying to win the monthly right now. And that's just, I don't know, it's kind of lame, right? It's just not, I don't know, it's just lame. I can't get excited about that. If I want to play to win. And I don't think there's any team that's playing to win right now. People are playing for second place just to farm gold. Like, who the fuck cares? This is not fun for me. Yeah. Does it mean Guild Wars 3 is far away? Not necessarily. I don't think so, no. Hoping to get into a new MMO? Or no, I'm fine with WoW. I'm fine with WoW and Guild Wars 2 right now. I'm looking forward to Guild Wars 3 though. Like, because WoW is good, but you know, at the end of the day, I do really like I would really like to see a new game that brings like new ideas to the tables, yeah. Guild Wars in the way, how soon? I made a bet with someone saying we're going to hear something within 24 months. I think that is true. I think we'll hear something about Guild Wars 2 pretty soon. Quitting WoW or stop for an indefinite time for Guild Wars 3? Depends if it's good or not. But, I mean, if it's good, yeah, for sure. Like, WoW is definitely the best MMO for me right now, by far. It will be tough to dethrone it, but I'm hoping it does, obviously. Like, I love new things. I want new things. Yeah. I'm new and I need gold. How can I have it? Sorry, I'm French. Honestly, just, like, play open world meta events and sell the stuff you get. Of 14? Nah. I feel like, you know, you've got two pathways. You go down the WoW route or the 14 route. I've gone down the WoW route. What about quickly? Look, if you want it quickly, just buy gems with real money and then convert it into gold. Oh yeah, or do like Wizard's Vault weeklies and the special stuff. WoW, fast-paced action combat. I mean, yeah, like WoW's I mean, look, you're probably thinking of classic. Yeah, classic WoW is obviously very chill, but yeah, WoW combat is extremely fast-paced and extremely dynamic. Yeah, absolutely. Well, dude, a lot of the Guild Wars 2 people are on the OSRS grind. Like, Boyce was doing PvP yesterday. He had OSRS up in a little window. Grim is on the OSRS grind as well, I think. OSRS is popping. Does the WoW 2 coat train? I mean, WoW 2 is current WoW. Like, they're literally making WoW 2 right now. Yeah. Oh, shit. Like, WoW 2 isn't cope. Like, WoW 2 is WoW. Like, that it just is the same game. It's over. They can't do shit. There's some, like, Chinese GVG stuff in it. I think it's not looking good for us. Oh, you winning? Definitely not. We are not winning. Soon time to do a fresh Windows install? Honestly, I should maybe do that. My Windows is cooked. Ron Stall stream? Yeah, I got a little bit distracted. I should probably do the news now. Let's go do the news, guys. Let's get right into the news. Interesting you'd say that, Jester. You know, Jester tries to say that he's not a big fan of Keemstar, but we know that's hard bullshit. We all know. Jester loves Keemstar. Paragon will make me God. Well, you'll have wings at least. So you're going to have that. Speaking of people playing OSRS. Holy shit, dude. I'm getting... Look, I don't want to say it, guys, but it's actually time. I might have to play OSRS. He's here. Dude, Diaxon has logged in. Those are words that you don't often see. Yeah. He has logged in. That's massive. Incredible. Absolutely incredible stuff. You will log the trees. Why is he not streaming, actually? Yeah, it's nearly 1337, actually. Yeah, Boogie fell in the lake. Yeah, you know, Keemstar, keeping it classy. Basically milking someone who is mentally ill for views. Love to see that. That's normal behavior. Yeah. Jester would never e-date? Nice lie, bro. We all know what you do. You giga-farmed big bones. Ah, and limpwort roots? I mean, that's big money. Gotta farm like the hill giants or whatever they are. Is it time for the news, guys? Honestly, I think it's time for the news. Oh, yes. Yes! Look at that. Paragon looking pretty badass, to be honest. Does look pretty cool, though, right? He's like floating in the air. Got the wings. It's pretty sick. Yeah, I like the Ritualist Necromancer over there. Very exciting. Warrior God. Are these elite specs? Yes. Incredible. You love to see it. Paragon confirmed small brain play. Wait, how is that a small brain play? And yeah, this guy doesn't... wait, yeah, I was wondering what the fuck he does. He doesn't skip leg day, does he? You're absolutely right there. He's fucking juiced. I was wondering what everyone was talking about. But yeah, it's like he does have some very impressive legs. Yeah. Necro mech summon. Dude, imagine if they did that. And you're like mech. You just summon a spirit that follows you around. How much more of a fundamental change to gameplay with offset the new weapon? Wait, dude. Have people forgotten what elite specs are? Elite specs are 10 times better than a new weapon. It's not even close. So, okay, let me explain. So, we'll do this in the news video too, obviously. But look, you guys need to realize this. new weapons don't really create new builds. Not very often. The only exception to this was Heal Chrono, I want to say, actually. And I guess the Heal Ranger, too. No. That was Untamed. Untamed did that. It wasn't a new weapon. Kind of was with Mace, but not really, because that build kind of revolves around Staff a lot. But Spear didn't, right? Like, Spear made existing builds better, right? Like, it fit into... Look, why does Guild Wars 2 feel stale? Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, feels omega stale because the game just hasn't changed enough. There's nothing super new. Like, it's the same builds with a different weapon, basically. There's no new conceptual mechanics being added to the game. Like, the game just feels very samey, right? It feels very stale to me. So elite specs are infinitely better than that because they guarantee that you're adding new builds that have new mechanics and new gameplay, right? Whereas spears and the Soto weapons, not really, to be honest. It just, like, enhanced what was already there. It just, like, it was just power creep, right? Like, spears and Soto was just power creep. They just made stuff more overpowered, right? It didn't really bring anything super new to the table. Like, elite specs are a million times better than this. Like, they're so much better than new weapons. Yeah. Extra... Wait, how am I Doomer? I am literally saying that the thing they're doing is way better than what they've been doing previously. Why would you even say that? I literally said the opposite of that. Dude, I'm enabling fucking DYB. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's... No, I baited you. We're not enabling DYB. It's not necessary. It's not necessary right now. No. We do not need it. We don't need it, guys. Looney Tuesday. Excellent choice there, awesomeness. This one is so dumb. I love it. It's so good. Oh, I know we have to do Guild Wars 1. I am super busy right now, but we will cook. We will cook. Okay. Shall we do the news? I think we should. From the wilds to what's next. And actually, look, let's just get down to business right away. Listen, you guys thought I was coping on Paragon? Well, explain this then. Paragon and Ritualist, okay? 2 for 2. Listen, don't call my predictions out on anything else I said, but look, Necromancer Ritualist, not Rev. I guess I was a little bit off on that one. And yeah, it's obviously going to be Warrior Paragon. That's confirmed right off the bat, but we've actually got a lot of stuff to talk about here. We're combining raids and strikes together, elite specializations and not having weapons in the next expansion as well. Content rejiggles coming as well. No map or story content in the first quarterly update. It's all being shifted to the second 2 as well. Big focus on improving systems and kind of making the best of what the game has. I probably forgot some stuff, but anyway, I am going to read this post to you because I happen to know, guys, that my YouTube and Twitch audience is illiterate, actually. I hate to see that. But anyway, that's not a problem. And maybe it's even my fault because I keep reading people posts, and that's what we're going to do right now. Let's get down to it. Here we go. This is essentially, oh yeah, just to clarify what this is. What are we reading here, guys? we are also reading this, which is basically the Janthea Wilds retrospective, right? We had this with Soto, and now we have another one with Janthea Wilds, and it's a little bit of a teaser, a little bit of a lead-in to the announcement, which is also confirmed to be on July 15th, basically as we expected. But anyway, let's get down to it. With the final content update for Janthea Wilds now live, we've officially wrapped our 5th expansion, which is the second built under the annual release model we introduced in early 2023. Janthea Wilds tested how we tell stories, evolve systems, and deliver meaningful updates on a faster, more consistent schedule. Some things landed well, others not so much. Just like we did after Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure, we've been listening to your feedback and acting on it. In this blog, we'll share how those lessons are shaping our next expansion and the changes you can expect to see. This will give you helpful context as we unveil our next expansion next week. Charting Guild Wars 2 Janthea Wilds' legacy. Over the past 9 months, Janthea Wilds brought a range of new experiences to Tyria. Across the 19 story chapters and 4 new open-world maps, the narrative explored the aftermath of the Elder Dragon era through a more grounded and political lens. Yeah, and by that they mean kind of nothing happened. Your choices helped shape the balance of power in the world, learning to live without that existential threat, and uncovered ancient secrets best left buried. We brought spears to land combat, our first new terrestrial weapon type since the game's launch, along with a new set of relics that deepened build crafting, expanded playstyle customization. It also made Ellie do 50k DPS. Our endgame offerings grew as well. You took on the game's first new raid in over 5 years, complete with challenge and legendary modes. We also introduced new convergence encounter and a fractal dungeon with its own challenge, but adding to more variety and goals for PvE-focused players. Yeah, it is worth noting, by the way, that, okay, look, I do feel the need to say this. The convergence CMs were, well, one, it's actually still bugged now, by the way. You bet fix it, ArenaNet. But secondly, it's literally just more HP. I am so disappointed, man. I was so hyped. Look, if you go back through my YouTube history, right, and watch my videos, you will know that I have been the big cheerleader of like, this is it, we're going back to Dragon's End. I was coped up hard on Convergence CMs. And Convergence CMs were the most like brutal disappointment of the whole expansion. I will give credit where it's due though. I did actually really like the Fractal. I think Kinfall CM was really exciting, and I hope to see them kind of learn from that Fractal design and go forwards. Like, the ultimate dream would be a 2-boss encounter. 2 bosses in the Fractal as opposed to only 1, because that would really take us back to the peak of Fractals with Nightmare and Shadow Observatory. But look, I'm not gonna look. I got burned on the Convergence CM Copium. We're not doing the Fractal CM Copium just yet. Guild Wars 2 Janthea Wilds also marked the arrival of homesteads, a major feature that brought player housing to the game. This was paired with a rework of the decoration system, updates to the Warclaw mount, 2 new legendaries, tons of new armor and weapon sets, Wizard's Vault refreshes, and a long list of quality of life upgrades. In PvP, we built something new with your help. The push game mode began as a prototype and evolved through multiple public betas. Shaped by player feedback, co-developing a competitive mode in the live environment is rare, and we're proud of what it represents. The final version launches later this summer. Wow, that's actually very interesting. That is interesting that they're saying this. The final version, that's a bit spooky to me, because I'm not going to lie, it feels very underdeveloped right now. And we hope it sets a precedent for future community-driven efforts. I'm actually a little bit, that is actually kind of concerning to hear, because I am not totally sure what ArenaNet's plan with this game mode is, and it doesn't feel finished at all. I did play the last beta quite a bit, actually, and a lot of the issues gameplay-wise, I think it still has, actually. So that is worrying, but you know what? Let him cook, let him cook. Let him cook, let him cook. We shall see. And there's a lot of complex issues with this. Like, where is it going to go? Is it going into unranked? Is it going to be in ranked? Are they putting it in off seasons? Like, I do still find myself a little bit worried about where this game mode is going to fit into the PvP world, basically. Like, their idea is that it's like a lead-in to Conquest and like teaches people basic game mechanics. And does it do that? I mean, maybe. It's very fight-oriented. But the thing is, it's still going to be a completely different experience to Conquest, right? It's much more streamlined. It's very simple. There's no like macro element to it, really. I'm struggling to see how it's going to do what it's supposed to do without simply just replacing the game mode. Because funnily enough, I think replacing Conquest with Push honestly might be positive. and might increase the population, and it might even be better for the long-term health of the game, to be honest. I'm going to be real with you here. But then that raises more questions. What about tournaments, right? Like there's a lot of really complex stuff going on here that I think is really hard to actually decide from ArenaNet's perspective where they want to go with this. Because again, once they make these calls, they can't go back on it. I'm just a little bit concerned that we're kind of moving towards a halfway house where it just ends up basically being like yet another dead game mode that people don't care about because it's only in unranked and not actually in like the quote-unquote main PvP mode, which is ranked and tournament play. So it's like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what this is actually going to go into. But Guild Wars 2, Janthir Wilds delivered a lot in a short amount of time. That momentum was only possible because of your passion, creativity, and honest feedback. Yes, they. Okay. Finding the right rhythm. Janthir Wilds launched in August of last year, followed by 3 quarterly updates. The first of those updates arrived in November 2024. We heard consistent feedback from the community. The additional story content felt too short, absolutely, and the lack of new open world map made the update feel noticeably light. Similar reactions to Story Scope followed the second and third releases, signaling that pacing and structure could better align with your expectations. 100%, yeah, like this is really good to read because they have very clearly identified the issue here. I would go a little step further than this, in my opinion. Actually, I'd go further. I think in general, Soto and Janthir Wilds, both, open world is the pillar of Guild Wars 2. It is what Guild Wars 2 does better than other games, right? And I do not think the open world is really up to standard with what we've seen from ArenaNet previously, notably in End of Dragons, Path of Fire, and Heart of Thorns in terms of expansions. I think there's way less replayability. I think there's a lot less depth in those maps, especially in terms of exploration, achievements, like collections and stuff, and kind of like lore and RP. And of dynamic event design, there's like a lot less stuff. They're a lot less content dense than previously, to be honest. And they also lack in replayability as well, in a pretty significant way. Like Soto kind of had the replayability down, but the encounter design was really not up to ArenaNet standard on the meta events. Like in particular, Ananias was like a huge, not Ananias, but Amnitas was like a really big letdown for me. So I would go further than this. I think that open world encounter design quality needs to massively improve, and that is like a major weakness there. And yeah, absolutely, like not enough story, not enough open world. These are the key elements, like the core demographic of Guild Wars 2. It's not PvPers or raiders, it's story players and open world players, and those are the players who were let down by the most, in my opinion, by Janthir Wilds and Soto. So it's good to recognize that, but I think we need to actually go a little bit further than that. Yeah, I would go further than that. And yeah, like, so it's true that people are going to mention Lowland Shore. Lowland Shore actually is a really good map, but again, it really lacks that replayability to me. It's like very much like a one and done exploration map, kind of similar to Path of Fire. So that is a good map, but then the fall off in quality, I think, was very noticeable in Janthir Sintry. Was very unfinished, right, for sure. And then like Mistburn Barrens was pretty okay, I think. And then obviously Bavanesos was like, oosh, okay, that hasn't gone well, has it? For our next expansion, we're refining that structure to give each update more depth and impact. The first quarterly release after the expansion's launch will not include new story or map content. Instead, it will focus on updates to core systems and long-standing features. This approach gives us the space to revisit foundational elements of the game, improvements that support the long-term health of Guild Wars 2, and reflect the design philosophy outlined in the Building Smarter, Not Bigger section below. Ooh, okay. Okay, so let me actually pick this apart. I think this is correct. And let me say why. This is the correct decision because I do not think ArenaNet are able to currently produce enough content at a high standard to fit into 3 updates. I think that is abundantly clear from Soto and Janthir Wilds. So basically, focusing their efforts onto 2 updates versus 3 makes a lot of sense to me. That actually makes a lot of sense, because it means they're going to be able to make proper, hopefully, built-up maps, good event content, good exploration content. The story can be longer. It can be a more cohesive narrative per update, that is. It will be probably about the same. They mentioned that there's going to be a modest increase to the amount of story, which is actually really good to hear. Again, look, corporate speak, right? Modest means not that much, but it's definitely better than nothing. But I think this is actually a smart decision. That first update feels scary to me, though. I'm not going to lie. Those system updates had better kick some serious ass. Because, yeah, of course, the expansion drop is going to be big. But, yeah, that means that before we get new story and a new map, and, again, focus on updates to quality and long-standing features, is that essentially it's looking like there might not be new content so much in that first patch. You're essentially going to have a 6-month gap, right? Where you're going to get like a system rework, which again can be content, right? That could be a rework to fractals. It could be looking at raids. It might actually be in the next expansion potentially because of some information we'll get into later. But damn, that had better be good. They better hit this hard. It better connect. Because 6 months, no content, that is tough. That is, whoosh, yeah, wah. And I think this really does cement things. We're gonna talk about the elephant in the room here, guys. Guild Wars 2's development cycle, it's not gonna grow, right? What this is we aren't growing, we aren't doing more, we aren't adding more stuff and building more and you know, expanding. We are reorganizing the development resources that we have access to into their most efficient form that delivers the best experience for the player. And I know that's not what people want, right? I know that obviously as someone who loves Guild Wars 2, like I love Guild Wars 2, I'm sure you guys do as well, we want the game to be on that upward trend. We want the game to be getting bigger, growing, expanding, right? And this to me is a pretty clear confirmation that is not the case. Like we are staying where we are sustaining, and we are optimizing with what we can do with this game. I do find that a little bit sad, to be honest. I view Guild Wars 2 as a great game, and it does kind of make me a little bit sad to realize that, yeah, like we're in the end game here. Like this is it for Guild Wars 2. It does make me a little bit sad, I'll be honest. Yeah, it sucks. It does kind of suck, to be honest. But I am glad that they are trying to do what they can to take what is available and what resources are available and create it into the best possible experience that can be done. Maybe a little teaser of where we're going here as well. It's looking very nice, actually. Some mountains, some little waterfalls. Love to see that. By focusing on story and map development in the second and third quarterly updates, second and third quarterly updates, we're able to make those releases more robust and exactly, yeah. Each will introduce a larger, more content-rich map, yes, and a longer, more fully developed story than what players saw in the equivalent Guild Wars 2 Janthir Worlds updates. Yeah, this is almost like a doubling down of it, right? Because they didn't do a new map in the first update, and now we're doing no story and map. All of the story and maps are happening later. And again, that should allow them to really hit these hard, because that is where the letdowns have been. It has been in the story. The story just fizzled completely. The maps were really not quite connecting in Janthir Wilds and Soto. So this is important. While the total amount of story content across the expansion is increasing modestly, again, yeah, modestly, not that much. The bigger benefit is how much more meaningful each individual resource will feel, along with the scope improvements to the open world maps. Yeah, that I actually completely agree with this philosophy. I really do. Yeah, I 1,000,000% agree with this. I think it is better to do less updates and make them better, right? Rather than to do more, but they're kind of scuffed and not quite up to par. I think that quality over quantity is the correct approach here for them in terms of their development strategy. This approach allows for a more complete and satisfying story arcs, and it results in a net increase in total content delivered over the course of the expansion. Yeah, that's definitely the dream anyway. Building smarter, not bigger. One of our biggest priorities right now, and likely for years to come, is untangling years of accumulated system complexity. That means streamlining overlapping features, reducing technical debt, and reinforcing what makes Guild Wars 2 shine. This complexity doesn't just slow us down behind the scenes, it also makes onboarding harder for new and returning players, even in areas designed for seasoned adventurers like endgame PvE. Over the past 2 expansions, we've shifted away from stacking new systems on top of old ones. Instead, we're focusing on sustainable upgrades to the game's foundation. Features like the Wizard's Vault didn't just to offer something new, they replaced daily achievements and login rewards with a streamlined modern alternative. Weapon Master Training and Relics were built to expand existing build systems. Homestead and the decoration system overhaul also improved guild halls. We also updated core mount systems during both expansions with refinements to the Sky Scale and the Warclaw. Each change was designed to strengthen features you always use and love. Yeah, I think this is one of the things that I think Grouch in particular really identified when he took over game director for Guild Wars 2, is that they just kept adding stuff and bloating the game over and over and over, and streamlining this down like is a really good thing to do, like 100%, like 1,000,000%. So that is good stuff. And they have made this like really big commitment to like continuously improving core systems. I actually don't want to talk about this from years to come. I actually think this is a very specific thing because, of course, there's a lot of anxiety around the future of Guild Wars 2 right now. Big part of that is because of the Guild Wars 3 speculation going on there. I think this is actually supposed to kind of alleviate that a little bit. Look, again, I really want to hear if there's another expansion after this one. Like, this is the big question I have for ArenaNet. Elite specs, you know, they're trying to make some big maps. I mean, I don't know. It's a very interesting place for us to be in here, in my opinion, with where the game is at. I really want to hear if there's another expansion after this one. I'm not, because like Guild Wars 3 is something that, in my opinion, is cooking at this stage. The only question is, like, when is that going to be? What is it going to look like, right? And I just want to know, like, how many more Guild Wars 2 expansions we're doing. And to be clear, by the way, guys, I think that even if this expansion is like the last one or the second to last one, they're not going to drop Guild Wars 2. I think it will still get content in some form or other, and definitely systemic improvements and like, improving the features here as well. I think a lot of what they're doing right now is actually trying to make Guild Wars 2 like a really, really efficient machine so it can be maintained very easily alongside other projects, but that's a story for another video perhaps. But yeah, I want to hear it. I want to know if we're doing another Guild Wars 2 X-Pack after the one coming up in October. That is a very interesting question, and I think it's a question that is very much unanswered right now. And in my opinion, the silence is a little bit deafening. I will remind you that ArenaNet actually confirmed Janthea Wilds very, very early. In fact, in the development cycle. We knew about it for ages. I think even before, I think they confirmed they were working on another expansion after Soto, I think even before the release of Soto. And of course, that it was different contextually, I will obviously admit that. It was, you know, when we were going to an entirely new model, like people were definitely really worried about the future of the game back then. But I don't know, I think there's some big question marks right now. I think I really do believe that some transparency here, is actually really important for ArenaNet. Because, look, I'll just say it. Hi, ArenaNet. People are anxious about the future of your game. There's a lot of rumors going around here, a lot of speculation, a lot of weirdness going on. I think that it is important that we understand what's going on at the studio. Like, you know, I don't speak for everyone, obviously, but personally, I would be really excited, actually, for a new Guild Wars game. It would probably be my most anticipated game. Look, I've said this multiple times on stream. The game studio that I think is most likely to make an actually good new MMO is you guys. It is ArenaNet. So, look, if there's something going on, I kind of want to know, to be honest, right? I know that you got trolled a little bit by the NCSoft stuff. You have my deepest sympathies there. But I think there is an element of, like, the community for this game. I think the Guild Wars 2 community deserves to know what the long-term future of the game looks like. I do. And if that is going to be a scaling back because of a new project, I actually do think the community deserves to know. Right? I do. But anyway, more on that later. So let's actually continue reading the news. Support for newly introduced features doesn't end at launch. Since the Homesteads feature debuted, we've continued to expand and refine the system with new decorations and quality of life improvements, including an increase to the overall decoration cap in the final Jan 3 Worlds release, Absolution. In our upcoming July 15th release, we're doubling the this is actually a big deal, by the way, because they increased the overall decoration cap, but that actually didn't really address the main issue, to be honest, with the homesteads. It was that you couldn't put decorations close to each other. This is actually, in my opinion, a very impactful change. I actually like that quite a lot. That might actually start to address some of the issues that people have with the decorations within homesteads. I think this is actually a really nice change. This directly addresses one of the most common requests we've heard from you. You can also expect to see continued support for the homesteads feature in our next expansion. Yeah, that's also really good to hear. I was very worried that they were going to drop homesteads because they're kind of a mastery system. I'm very interested how they're actually going to do this. If they're basically going to let you have the homestead baseline, and then depending on what expansion you have, you can unlock different ones. That might be the way they go with this. I think that would actually be really good because it's kind of like a really big feature that I think a lot of players really like. So like just having it in Janther, I think will be a huge waste. That actually feels really good to actually read that. And another thing is that they probably do need to look at some of the economic complaints players have with this. It is so expensive. Like it is giga expensive for this stuff, and it almost like prohibitively so, I think, for a lot of players. I think that leads to a lot of frustration. And again, that's tough for ArenaNet because that's monetization. One of the things they've really done actually with Jan 3 Worlds and Soto is that they've shifted their monetization very heavily towards players buying gold, right? And buying gems to buy gold, essentially. There's like huge gold sinks in the game. Legendary Armor was one of them, massively profitable for ArenaNet, obviously. And homesteads now are giga expensive. So that's a lot of swiping going on there, right? So addressing those concerns are non-trivial for them, but I think it would be nice if they could do that, to be honest, because I think that's another really key point in frustration that's, I think, kind of making these homesteads a little bit prohibitive for players to use. These kinds of changes may not always grab headlines, but they make the game easier to understand, easier to maintain, and more enjoyable to play. Just as importantly, they reflect what many of you have asked us to do, focus less on introducing entirely new systems and more on refining and modernizing what we already have. That's a direction we believe in, and one we're proud to continue as we build the next chapter of Guild Wars 2. New tricks for every trade. Over the past 2 expansions, we've expanded options for combat by giving you more tools to customize your builds and play your way. Soto introduced new weapon proficiencies for every profession and separated relics from runes to deepen build crafting. Weapon master training was also a major step in allowing players to freely mix and match elite specializations weapons across builds. And the addition of land spears offered a new weapon for every profession to use. With our next expansion, we're taking the next step. Elite specializations are making a return, this time designed to work with the flexible build crafting system we've been refining over the past few years. However, these specs won't come with weapons. Instead, each one introduces unique profession mechanics, a new trait line, utility skills, an elite skill, and a healing skill, and distinct playstyles without locking you into a specific weapon or equipment loadout. Yeah, this is actually a really big deal to me. I really have felt that the game has felt stale for the last couple of years, and I do think a big part of that is because there haven't been like new mechanical experiences. I think that's the best way of putting it. The way that new weapons have worked is, broadly speaking, they have fit into existing builds rather than created new ones, if that makes any sense, right? So think about something like Power Reaper. Like, Power Reaper now uses new weapons, but it's basically the same build. It's just better. It's like power crapped, right? The notable exception to this is Rifle on Chrono. They made, because that kind of made heal Chrono a thing, or helped at least. To be fair, it also came with a massive buff to basically every support-oriented thing on Chrono as well, so it wasn't just Rifle, but Rifle definitely really helped enable that build 100%, right? Like, absolutely. Because there wasn't really a super good weapon choice for that type of build, really. So that is kind of worth noting. But broadly speaking, like, a lot of these builds already exist. Oh yeah, Heal Warrior. Yeah, Staff on Warrior is another good example of this. But at the end of the day, most of the new additions to the game have just made things stronger and fit into existing concepts rather than brought new ones to the table. And that's exactly what elite specs can do. Yeah, people are gonna go, oh, there's no weapons, oh. No, look, I promise you this, guys. Elite specializations are gonna be 10 times more impactful than weapons. I'm hyping up. ArenaNet, don't let me down. It's going to be so much more impactful. new profession mechanics to deal with, new utility skills to use and combine with everything else, new traits that can combine with every other trait line in the game, right? Like you can combo it with everything already. No, just, it's not even close. Like, this is just way better. It's more work, obviously, and I imagine that's kind of part of the reason for the delay. Much more work than weapons, much more complex. Like full mechanical reworks to professions, obviously, is a big deal. But I think this will pay off. Look, and again, let's actually just get down to business here. Janthia Wilds didn't sell super well. Soto, I think, kind of put people off a little bit. This is going to generate interest in the game. It really is that simple. Like, and by the way, guys, look, I don't want to read too much into it, but I'm going to be honest with you. This is break in case of emergency. Paragon, Ritualist, okay? Yeah, I think, this is something that Sneb was talking about. When he was here, he was here in real life, and we chatted about this a little bit. We are breaking in case of emergency. EOD was the first break in case of emergency, and this is the second break in case of emergency. We need that sales number going up, not going down. We are doing Ritualist, we are doing Paragon. I guarantee you, everything that they do here is going to be giga tapping into exactly what people want. Giga nostalgia, giga give the people the RP they're looking for 1,000,000%. They're pulling out all the stops for this one, let me tell you that. I can guarantee you that's going to be the case. We're going big. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Dervish, like Assassin, Card Wizard, all this kind of stuff. It's going to get big. It's going to get big, 100%. These new specializations are designed to feel fresh, fun, and unique to Guild Wars while building on the systems you already know and love. We'll have much more to share soon. Yeah, I think this is going to be really cool, actually. And also, what's really exciting to me is that many of you guys know this, I simp for Trig and CMC. I think they are good skills designers, and I think that they're going to be able to design these in a healthy way that enables a lot of playstyles, but doesn't break the game. Elite specs have been a really big double-edged sword for ArenaNet over the years. Stuff like Mirage, breaking the game. Stuff like Daredevil, breaking PvP. Scourge and Firebrand, breaking the game. That's obviously really bad, right? But with Trig and CMC at the wheel, I feel way more confident that they're going to introduce stuff that isn't just broken and just like destroys the game, So I feel really good about that. I also think, if you look at spears in particular, Sotos was a bit cooked, but I think that was like very scrappy and just like, rough and ready. You can see that they did a good job with the spears, I think, and made them like really well fleshed out. So I'm feeling very optimistic actually about elite specializations being added to the game. It's good to have that confirmed, but let's be real, it was already confirmed anyway, right? It's not super surprising. Challenging the challenges. The launch of the Mount Balriel raid wasn't just a development milestone for us. With both legendary and challenge modes, it was a long-awaited return for players eager to take on high-end group content. It marked a turning point in our ongoing effort to revitalize in-game PvE. Over the past few years, we've focused on delivering meaningful, replayable encounters across both raids and strikes. Most recently, we returned to our encounter design roots with Kinfall, a new fractal designed in direct response to player... Yeah, and look, honestly, they did this. This was in my opinion, I'm surprised it hasn't got more... Look, I don't want to say it, but I feel like the fractal community is so disengaged, nobody cares. Like, I don't know, it feels bad to say that, but is that true? Like, Kinfall feels really good to me. I actually, I was actually really impressed by the design of the fractal. I enjoyed it quite a lot, actually. Maybe a little bit undertuned, if anything, actually. We stepped back from the raid-like complexity of recent fractals and focused instead on creating a streamlined, repeatable experience that captures the feel of early favorites. Yeah, absolutely. The challenge mode arrived a few weeks later, offering both accessibility and satisfying difficulty. Looking ahead, we'll continue to expand endgame content, including new encounters, complete with challenge and legendary modes. That's pretty hype, actually. I think it's probably going to be more strike mission oriented, but well, we'll see that that's actually a meaningless distinction now. But just as important as adding more is making the content better, more approachable, and more rewarding to return to. Very true, by the way. Rewards in Wing 8 suck. In the first quarterly release of our next expansion, here we go. So it looks like the big feature that they're looking to improve in that first quarterly update is unifying raids and strike missions. So basically, raids and strikes have been the same for ages, let's be real here. Smush, they're probably going to both end up as raids. I want to say, but I think they're actually going to look more like strike missions. So what I'm really hoping here, they're talking about improving onboarding, reworking parts of the UI, streamlining rewards. I'm hoping they make the LFG look better. I'm hoping they let you pick a boss in raid you can just teleport to. I'm hoping they make the rewards daily, still with a weekly component, right? You can probably have like a daily reward. There was actually a pretty cool idea in chat actually that said you can get the rewards 7 times a week. So if you want to grind it like 7 times in one day, knock yourself out. Otherwise, you could do it daily. You could do it only 3 out of the 7 times. You could do whatever. I think something like that's really important because there's something I talked about. Guild Wars 2 endgame rewards have a really big problem. They're account bound. This is actually relatively uncommon for MMOs, but it means that people have a big tendency to like log in, slam their content, and then log out for the rest of the week, right? Because there's basically no point in doing it again, right? And if you give it some kind of daily, I really like Icebrood Saga Strikes, right? Because you can do them daily. They're very quick fire, blast, log in, good rewards, blast content, boom, boom, boom. You know, it's very common to see Icebrood Saga 5 plus Dragonstorm, right? Blah, 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 blah. That stuff is really good. I think that's something that Guild Wars 2 can really tap into, actually, to have that kind of fun, quick-fire, blast PvE experience. So I really hope they take some inspiration from that and add that to the structure of all raids. And that, I seriously, that could honestly help quite a lot. No joke, because the problem that Guild Wars 2 raids have right now is that the population is just way too low, especially not on Monday. Because on Monday, you'll see people doing a lot of stuff, right, and pumping. But after that, of course, it dies down massively because people have already got their clear, so they log out or just go do other stuff, right? So making that more replayable, making it more rewarding, I think is really, really important. And just the reward numbers need to go up. I'm going to be, again, completely transparent here, guys. Wing 8 rewards are just bad for how long they take and honestly how difficult they are, even on normal mode. Like, Greer normal mode is actually quite the ordeal for most players, and you get like 2 gold. It's like, okay, buddy. Yeah, I don't think people are going to want to do that, right? It is really important that, in my opinion, it is really important that if something takes more effort, you are going to get more output for it. Or otherwise, guess what? People aren't going to do it. The only people who are going to do that content and continue to replay it are power users. Most people are going to get in there, do the achievement, get the skins, and then piss off and never come back, right? Because it's just more effort than it's worth. Like, this isn't complex, right? Like, if you want people to do stuff, you've got to give them the payoff. Look, let's not pretend that everyone who plays this game is like a magical fairy who, you know, like, you wave your wand and you play the content you enjoy the most. No, this is an MMO. People want to see the number go up. People want to progress their accounts. Like, people want to get their, get their rewards, get their skins, like get legendaries, and players are going to optimize their content in accordance to that, right? Like, we're not unicorns here in this game. This is an MMO. People farm stuff and they want to do it efficiently. That's really just the simple reality of this. So I think rewards are really important. Yeah, and in terms of onboarding newer players, like, they're kind of talking about improving stuff with the LFG, that would be really exciting. I'm feeling a little tentative about this because, like, I don't want to get too excited for, like, major reworks because we know that they really struggle with the UI for whatever reason. But yeah, this would be really, really good. I would even like to see, like, group finder style stuff for stuff like Icebrood Saga 5 and even, like, I think it would be really cool if it was like tier 1 fractals, right? Had a group finder. That would be hype. Honestly, like tier 1, tier 2 even maybe as well, just to kind of get people into the mix, and then they can feel the confidence to kind of branch out from there. Again, that implementation might be pushing it a little bit, because again, that's non-trivial. But certainly, like, compressing everything down, streamlining the UI, unifying the currencies, making shit daily rather than weekly. And you can still have a weekly component, right? Because the strike missions have, like, a weekly bonus thing, too. So you can have both kind of going on there at the same time. Although you could argue that's a bit overcooked, realistically. But you get the idea. I'm rambling here. We can move on. I think I've made my point here. Yes, these systems are actually quite bad in the game right now, and I actually like what they're saying here. We want Guild Wars 2's endgame to be something anyone can grow into, whether you're joining your first organized group or aiming to master every challenge we throw your way. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. What comes next? Janthea Wilds helped us learn where to push harder, where to simplify, and how to better listen to the needs of our players. Your feedback didn't just resonate with us, it reshaped how we're thinking about the game and how we're building what's coming next. Mark your calendar. You get your first look at the next expansion on July 15th. Thanks again for your passion, your support, your belief in this world, and the people who bring it to life. See you next week. Josh Davis, Game Director. And, of course, we have our little bonus teaser here. Of course we do, guys. Of course we do. Of course we do. Of course we do. We absolutely do. Yes. Have daily reward. Oh, but yeah, anyway, I'm getting distracted by Twitch chat. I literally just got distracted by Twitch chat. But no, we're refocusing here. So I would say pretty interesting stuff there. I think this is going to be interesting to see how this works out. I'm definitely a little bit worried about that big content drought. And I think my really big question is, where are we going with this in the future? That is the big question to me. That is where I think we need to have answers, to be completely honest with you. Because, again, the kind of the meta takeaway for me here is we are staying in the same place, but rearranging stuff, right? We aren't going back to HOT and Path of Fire. We are optimizing and streamlining. And the big question to me is, what are we doing in 3 years' time? How many more Guild Wars 2 expansions are we going to be doing, right? And what is the goal and the direction of the studio? Like, what is ArenaNet doing? Because this does raise some questions for me in that regard. Is where are we going as a studio? And look, that's where the real elephant in the room is Guild Wars 3 is the huge elephant in the room, in my opinion, with this one, to be honest. And I would really like to, well, again, it's really tough for ArenaNet to communicate on this, in my opinion, because, of course, talking about a sequel to your game, or if this is the last expansion planned, or if there's another one after that, if they aren't sure if they're doing another expansion, because, again, bear in mind, guys, it's possible that expansion development could be contingent on Guild Wars 3 and where that game is at in its development cycle. There's a lot of unanswered questions here, in my opinion, related to the future of the studio that are really tough for ArenaNet to answer. In my opinion, the fact that I wouldn't necessarily expect them to talk about the next expansion down the line in the retrospective, but I will be very interested to see if we get any information in, like, the next major studio update. Because this is not really a studio update, guys. This is the Janthe Wilds retrospective. But when we get a studio update, it will be very interesting to see if they talk about the next expansion after the one in October. That will say a lot. And they're in a tough spot because no matter what they say, it's going to say something, right? Because if they confirm another expansion, then, oh, great. Okay, we've got another expansion. If they don't confirm another expansion, then it's like, okay then. What does that mean? Where are we going with Guild Wars 2? Because look, I'm not gonna lie, we're talking about streamlining the systems, polishing everything up, and like filling all of the remaining holes in gameplay, adding new elite specs. And we're talking about our big priority is systems and core functionality updates. Okay, that is a very interesting thing to say with where the game is at right now, right? That is for sure. So we'll have to see what they're cooking up. But yeah, I would not be surprised. I can definitely imagine this universe where Guild Wars 2 continues development, but without expansions, but on a lesser scope, like maybe some story updates, core system updates, and so on. And that's alongside Guild Wars 3, which would then be like obviously like the main focus of the studio. And to be honest, I do kind of look at what's happening in the game right now. There's a lot of push towards automation. There's a lot of push towards getting events going to direct players around, streamlining and efficiency. Yeah, again, we aren't growing, we're sustaining, right? Like that's what's going on with the game right now. That is a very interesting state of development. given the context we have, that they are hiring for this other project, that they are developing this other project, and indeed, of course, that there was that little oopsie where NCSoft and a shareholder kind of talked about Guild Wars 3 a little bit. So, again, very interesting what's going on here, and we'll have to see what actually happens here, but I do want to see some... I think I would like to see transparency at this point, because I think the anxiety and the rumors, yeah, elite specs will drown it out for a while, but yeah. That's basically my thoughts on the state of Guild Wars 2. Okay, I'm really spoiling my YouTube videos now, but anyway, that is the news. That is from the wilds to what's next. Thanks for watching, guys. Let me know what you think, of course, in the comments. Okay, stay tuned for more coverage on the new expansion. Yeah, dude, What's Next is the name of the next expansion, by the way, guys. Nice leak from ArenaNet. Love to see that. That's all I've got. Shout out to YouTube. We've got 1,156 people watching right now. God damn. Dude, we're popping off. 406 on YouTube, 750 live on twitch.tv. Okay, we didn't even have to enable DYB for that. But anyway, thanks so much for watching, guys. Get that referral link primed. Pre-orders coming soon, guys. Oh, yeah. And look, I know you're all pre-ordering for those elite specs, okay? I know you like Total Biscuit is turning in his grave right now. Everyone's ready with their credit cards, ready to go. But anyway, that's going to do it. Follow, subscribe, leave comments, okay? Like video. Follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, follow my social media, join my Discord, come back for more daily slob. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, tell me how right I am and how wrong I am. I'll see you next time. Take it easy, gamers. I'm out of here. We're done. Shoveling slop into my gaping mouth. Sludge fills my body. I'm becoming one with the slime. Join me in the slugging. We will coalesce into the ooze together. So yeah, what are we thinking, guys? Red Hat Man. Nice name. Thanks to the Prime. Hype Train starts. Bagnasty Prime slop sub. Very nice. Keep it coming. Guild Wars 1 plus Guild Wars 2 equals Guild Wars 3 confirmed. Yeah, that's funny, actually. I like that. Yeah. That was above slop grade. Bad take. What do you disagree with? Dude, wait, actually, I feel like I need to do, like, I need to react to Darren's stream. Dude, what is this raid, LFG? What? Bro, this is EU. On a Tuesday? Dude, it's a goddamn good thing they're combining these, huh? Yeesh. Oof. Incredible. Yeah. Bruh sit. Vivalo 1 XD tree. Yeah. I'm here for Ritualist. Yeah, Ritualist I think is going to be pretty cool. That's hype, actually. Yeah. Dude, how can I... Wait, is anyone in the... I think there's a Dragon's End running right now. Can you guys get me in? Can you guys get me in? If you're in the Dragon's End that's going on EU right now, get me in. Yours getting a new raid? Bro, it is like beyond comprehension to me how they keep adding so much content to New World. I actually don't get it. How do they do this? Do they have blackmail on Jeff? Is that how they're doing this? That doesn't make any sense to me. Because they're actually adding kind of a lot to the game, right? Does Jeff main it? Dude, does he main the game? I feel like he must main it, no? And they're just keeping it going for him. Yeah. I don't know. Amazon could use new orders as a tax write-off. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, that's the plan. I guess that's the way.
Let's go power a nation.
And improving it really seems like the game needs. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree. I actually like what they're talking about quite a bit. Fifth endgame overhaul and new order. I just don't understand how they're still able to do this. They finally told the patches in general were just the core mechanics to make them good again. Yeah, I think it's a good. I think it's a good strategy. Yeah, 100% actually. I like the strategy there. Yeah. My CPU's on I saw only 2 cores turn on. That's weird, actually. Devs that just doing it for the passion at this point. You know what? I will actually say that's... I mean, of course, they could be lying, but it does feel that way, actually. When I see the game director talk about New World, it's actually very clear to me that he actually cares. Or at least it seems that way. Like, Darren sent me some brutal clips of them actually reading and responding to community feedback. And dude, I really respect them. They took some brutal questions. Like, straight up, some questions are saying, like, why are you adding this instead of something the player base actually cares about? And they actually responded. I was like, damn. That's pretty based, to be honest. That's pretty based. It's a real shame. New World's a real shame. Hate to see that. Polishing up Cope. Did Gala feel any better knowing they were working on it? Back in that time, raising better content, the bare minimum. Well, I think that's... I think Gala was slop because they had to, like, completely restructure everything and, like, do, like, a lot of planning, I imagine. I am definitely hoping that they make bigger maps with more stuff on them, right? Like, for sure. I agree. Look, I agree it's probably not going to be that much better, Magris, but it should be better, right? Which I think quality over quantity is good. One game developer that truly engages with the community. Suggestions like this. Wait, what have we got here? Can we get more detailed feet in-game, including nail polish and open-toe high heels? Look, they fucking love this stuff. They want this. Wait, how would that even work in OSRS, right? Like, do you have enough pixels to do this? I feel like you don't, no? So, I just don't think it's not... Yeah, wait, what the fuck is this? Dude, man, the OSRS devs are so good, aren't they? Dude, like, I'm not even joking. Because my understanding is that OSRS doesn't, like, release a crazy amount of content. I really do believe that devs like Mod Ash, they are straight up carrying that game just by being fucking awesome. Like, just straight up. Just by being so damn good at community management and communication with the player base. They carry that game so hard. They are so good. Like, yeah. And yes, guys, I will say this. As a developer for the game, responding to a comment on Twitter that says, can we have cum barrage? Yes, this is actually an insane move. This is insane. Like, the amount of morale and, like, goodwill this generates for your game is wild. This is based. And I assume all of these are just them responding to, like, crazy shit. Like, well, okay, no, not so much, I guess, but, yeah. But, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree, boys. Having good communication is so important, yeah. That is big. That is a big deal. Yeah. Well, hey, Ash, can you add Skate 3 to old school RuneScape? What, what the fuck is this? Wait, what? Whoa, what is this suggestion? What is going on here? Some weird stuff going on, guys. Having 4 updates was a mistake and they switched to 3 per expansion. And they're not going to say that, though, Magnus. They literally are saying that. They are saying, we cannot do 3 updates a year. That's literally what they're saying in that post. But they're not going to... Okay, what you're saying here, Magnus... Okay, I actually have some sympathy for you here. I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying you wish ArenaNet was more candid. Right? And you know what? I actually do feel that a little bit too. I do think ArenaNet is very corporate. The way they communicate is corporate as fuck. And yes, I agree. I think that's a decent point of criticism that you could level at ArenaNet, yeah. I think that's what you're... Is that what you're saying? Yeah, okay. Then I understand. I think I understand, yeah. And I think I would agree, yes. ArenaNet is a little bit too corporate, in my opinion. I would love to have some very candid communication from the studio. Yeah. Nobody played that Girls 1? Wait, I feel like Paragon was very... Dude, Paragon was like mega RP. People love that shit. Paragon and Dervish, I feel like some of the most requested ones. And definitely Ritualist. Yeah, goddamn. Dude, you're gonna get ready for necro mains, dude. Everyone's gonna be goddamn maining Ritualist, dude. Someone enabled Looney Tuesday in Seb's chat and tried to bribe me into rev buffs. I started Looney Tuesday as a 7TV rename. Well, there you go. Or looking busted as fuck. I mean, dude, look. I mean, the guy clearly lifts, right? Doesn't skip leg day as well, and I respect that. A lot of people skip leg day, guys. Just saying. They do. And just to confirm this, guys, every day is Looney Tuesday. Monday, Looney Tuesday. Tuesday, Looney Tuesday. Wednesday, Looney Tuesday. Thursday, Looney Tuesday. Friday, Looney Tuesday. Saturday, also Looney Tuesday. And if you can believe it, Sunday, Looney Tuesday. The watch arrived. The Ultra watch. Oh, shit. Did I actually need to get me one of those, actually? Because I don't actually have a way to time my runs right now. I know that sounds... no. I don't have a way to measure the distance of my runs. I'm basically running for set times, not set distances, currently. So I actually don't know how fast I'm actually running right now. I do need to get some kind of setup like that, yeah. Strava? Wait, will that work on my phone? I think my mum has Strava because she does a lot of cycling and running. Is a phone app? But does it work without like a watch? Is it, or do I need like a thing for it to work? You can use your phone too. Yeah, because look, I'm a special snowflake, guys. I really don't like wearing watches. I really do not like it. So it's yeah, I'm not gonna wear a watch. I just carry my phone around in my pocket. Richest Paragon confirms means, I mean, it's very literal. Here are 2 of the elite specs for next patch. Paragon and Ritualist. Strava is just a vote? Okay, that's fine. I'll use Strava then. Boom. Dude, I feel like the internet is genuinely poisoned everyone's mind, and I actually don't blame people for this. But dude, when I put something like that in my title, everyone assumes that I'm lying. Right? It's like, no, I put it in the title because that is literally what's happening. Yeah. Rich is one of the icons we got. We don't know for sure, but possibly, yeah. What are the Paragon? I mean, look, Paragon's a Giga Chads, right? The Rock is a Giga Chad. The Paragon is a Giga Chad. You see, we're getting a tree set. You lied about that. Well, it was an obvious joke. I feel like there's a very different situation. Dude, wait, I need to check in with Darren's. Where's Darren's here? Darren's is broke. I mean, yeah, I know. That's why I want to check in. Like, as I understand it, like, he is fully mentally broken. Like, this blog post was like the final straw for him, the final break. Yeah. Wait, Darren's has said he's already released a nuke? What the fuck? One hour ago. Dude, he's quick on this stuff. Wait, should I react, guys? And wait, oh no, dude, if I react, he's gonna fucking copyright strike me, bro. It's over. Yeah, he's gonna DMCA me. He's gonna hardcore DMCA me. Ooh. Incredible. We're begging for the slop. Dude, you guys are very slop-pilled, aren't you? I'm CC'd, it's over. Dude, I got knocked. Dude, there's like extra Titans, they're kind of owning us. Dervish coming back? Yeah, I could 100% see that. I could 100% see Dervish coming back. Dervish on Rev? Yeah, it could be. Definitely could be. Did we do the blog post run through? Yeah, we absolutely did. Yeah. Oh, new build. Oh, wait, is that why everything was dead? Was there a new build I just didn't notice? That might have explained it, actually. Incredible. Yes. Magrest.
Dragon Hunter changes.
Dragon Hunter, which I know a certain person very excited for this. I've been told I can't say their name. Magrest, anyways. So yeah, modifier increases to Dragon Hunter. It's about 5% on Adept and then 5% on the GMs. Hopefully bring it up in line with some of those other bursty builds. So yeah.
He's I mean, he is world famous, yeah. And he even, look, Magrest even has, I believe he has a page on the Guild Wars 2 wiki. Infamous. I mean, it is a little bit infamous. Oh yeah, dude, are they vandalizing the Guild Wars 2 wiki now as well? What is this? The big what? Dude, what is this? We need to find out who's doing this and speak to them. We need to interview them. I do not understand the joke. There's some bizarre vandalism going on in like the Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 wiki. It just doesn't make any sense. What is this? Yeah, Doom redirects to the big trash. So if you type in Doom... Oh, wait, no, I guess they fixed this one. Okay, that's good. They are fixing it then, nice. But yeah, the big trash. Incredible. Dude, we did gaslight Reddit into thinking Phase 2 was coming. That is true. And to be honest, that was good. That was good content. We love to see that. Look, we do have some content, though. I have this comment. My return is coming, and this time Snebzor will be exposed. This is so dumb.
Someone get me a
Whoa.
report on the Murtaugh Tower situation. Those things are really slowing us down. Yes, ma'am.
He's done, and not just on Twitch. Yes. Oh, I shouldn't. I should have mentioned this, by the way, guys. In the video, but why did they not just do bigger releases? Why do they still have a quarterly update? Financial reasons is the answer to that. If they made bigger updates less frequently, that would be less revenue for them because that's less, that's less big opportunities to get people to log in and spend. Just to clarify that. Shout out to YouTube, by the way. I want to pre-order. Well, you got to wait till the 15th probably. Prepare your link, dude. It's here. Click it now! Exclamation mark GW2. Awesomeness has blessed it with his great power. ChatGPT is slop. Mighty What's channel is a hub for high-stakes raid events, big community tournaments, and bold commentary, which naturally attracts both passionate fans and vocal critics. Drama typically centered around tensions with ArenaNet, event-related community with toxic moderation and streamer influence, but he also gets credit for charitable events, big prize pools, and bringing attention for competitive Guild Wars 2 gameplay. I think that's actually a really good summary, no? It's I don't know where it's getting tensions with ArenaNet, event-related community, toxic. It's identified that pretty correctly because that is true. I do get a little bit annoyed at the tournament community in this game. It is annoying for me. Yes, yes. When I see people talking about Hitler on stream in the PvP community, I don't like that. I will admit, that does piss me off a little bit. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, what is this? Yeah. The ArenaNet raid tournament backlash. T-What ran a large tournament. When ArenaNet didn't sponsor it, some fans exploded. When T-What caused them to chill, a heated thread followed, accusing his community of toxic behavior. That's not... That's not what the thread said. He broadcasted people as reading a signal boosting the whole drama. I mean, I did talk about it, but we didn't have people on voice. It hasn't quite understood that. Yeah, that didn't... It's kind of got it. It's kind of got it. Not really, though, I guess. It did its best. It tried. Like Char, I think the animations on Char are pretty good. Is the cause of it? Oh, no. Okay, so the drum with ERP3 is that ArenaNet said if I use meter.dll, they can't sponsor the tournament. And I'm not going to lie, I think they really expected me to back down. But I actually said, you know what, guys? That's absolutely fair. I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah. What is meter.dll? Meter.dll is the camera hack we used to spectate the tournament. EF was so good, it was. It was pretty much the best Guild Wars 2 tournament ever run. It's gonna be great. Yeah, you guys are better sign up. Look, we're gonna really struggle for teams, honestly, in Mota. It's such a pain in the ass. ERP4. I would like to do something like that, but it's really difficult because the scene is really small. There are just not many teams that would be competitive. OSR does would have added a plugin for you. I actually can talk about this because nobody involved in this works at the studio anymore. But to certain devs' credits, there were actually some devs who were working to help me to basically do that. It's just that it wasn't done in an official capacity. My card is what I bought for 2K MCs. Yes. I think the thing is about ERP3, the storyline was so good. Because that, like, ERP3 basically was the last stand of the raid scene. And it was the last stand of the raid scene. Like, after that, a lot of people went to other games, pretty much. And that storyline made it so huge and so meaningful. Because that tournament, that was it. That was the last stand, like the scream into the void from the competitive raid community in the game. Would you have done that without help? What without help? Oh, there's a player. Any Oryx plans for a slot video? To be honest, I'm really not feeling. I don't really want to do. I don't know. Not really, to be honest. No. Get me out of here. That's actually kind of a lot. That's actually kind of a lot, huh? Pest. Deadeye here. Last year of GW2 content, bit out of the loop. Yeah. Well, I mean, because it's elite spec. Well, it actually depends. If this is the last GW2 expansion, or I think it is, I'll probably play it a lot more. But there's a 6-month content drought, so I honestly don't really need to. That's the good news, I guess. This will be the last? I think there's a non-zero chance, yeah. How are we going to kill these guys? Oh! Get me out of here. I'll make it way better as a happy end type shit. Advertise it that way. I mean, not necessarily. Like, it's a little bit of a weird thing to say, oh yeah, this expansion, guys, it's the last one. I think it's actually very difficult for... It's a really hard idea for Arena to communicate. Richer than Paragon. They showed 2 images of the elite specs, and one of them's Ritualist, one of them's Paragon. What, like 3 years from MMO? I don't think they've only been developing Guild Wars 2 for 3 years. Guild Wars 3 for 3 years. I think they probably started it in Path of Fire. Started it in Path of Fire, and then like restarted it in EOD, probably. We actually might kill this guy. That's big. Okay. When you're in a situation like this, like killing even one player is big. You can like slowly pick them apart. The chat wishing the game dead. I don't wish the game dead at all. Like, who's doing that? Who's wishing the game dead? I'm just very excited for like the potential future of the studio. I think if anyone can make an actual good new MMO, it's probably ArenaNet. Considering this post usually are, they usually the best to make the game look as good as possible. I think the fact they haven't confirmed another X-Pack is unbelievably suspicious, yeah. A new engine? It's in Unreal, yeah. Can kill his pet. Mass invis. I think we're winning now. Has WoW confirmed another expansion after midnight? Yes. They confirmed the next 3 all in one go. Also, WoW's situation is completely different. WoW's situation is different because everyone knows WoW isn't going anywhere. That's just, it's a different game. But yeah, they confirmed 3 at the same time. They confirmed The War Within, and then after that, Midnight and The Last Titan. We already know the title for the next expansion after that. Last Titan? Last Titan's the one after Midnight. It's like the finale of the World Soul Saga, or whatever they're calling it. Dude, the return to Soto content. Why would they focus on reworking core systems to improve the game long term if they're going to release a new game soon? Doesn't make any sense. I think that makes the most sense. Like, they want the game to run as smoothly as possible. But because you're assuming they're killing Guild Wars 2's Intrex. They would never do that. That would be moronic. They would never do that. Why on earth would they ever kill Guild Wars 2? They'll be running them both at the same time. I think they will obviously reduce content on Guild Wars 2, and it will be a lot of systems updates, events, right? And probably like a little bit of story here and there, skills updates and so on, right? Balance and stuff. But they're absolutely not going to kill Guild Wars 2. That would be insane. How about how WoW 2 is coming if another expert isn't immediately out? Well, 1, it will be. But 2, they are doing WoW 2. Like, this is the thing, they are doing WoW 2. They're removing add-ons, or reducing add-ons. They're looking to change the way the gameplay works. They've massively reworked gearing and crafting. It's like, yeah, we're living, guys, you better start believing in WoW 2. You're living in it. You're playing it. It's literally the game you're playing now. The difference is that Blizzard don't need to make a new game. They've got the muscle to just change the game, right? Like, they're just changing the game. They don't need to make another one. They're just changing it. Yeah. 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 I mean, I'm obviously being a little bit facetious, but you get my point. Like, it's not literally WoW 2, but I don't actually think WoW 2 is necessary, honestly. Like, Blizzard are more than capable of, like, massively modifying the game in basically any way that they see fit. They don't need to make a new game. No die system? I think they'll probably add that at some point, honestly. Although it's not, it doesn't feel that necessary to me, actually, in WoW. Because you can kind of like mix and match stuff pretty easily. And they usually release like a lot of different colors for stuff. But yeah, I think that'll be a cool system to add, actually. I would like that. But yeah, they will confirm the next expansion, obviously, as well. Is the last expansion. But I mean, the thing is, look, you're trying to make a point here, right? But they are going to confirm it. Like, they always do this. Like everyone knows there's going to be another WoW expansion, right? The games are also just completely in different scenarios, right? Like, they're in completely different situations. Yeah, and contextually it is very different too. WoW are literally... I don't even know how they're doing this. WoW is like releasing a disgusting amount of content. They've cut Season 4 entirely. They're now releasing expansions every 1.5 years versus every 2 years, basically. It's insane, like, what they're doing. until the expo is more than halfway done. Yeah, yeah, because you see it in the roadmap popping up. But that's what they do, right? Yeah. We got off-season anyway? No, there's no off-season. At least not this time. There's no off-season. It's going Season 3, then directly into Midnight in the spring. How Final Fantasy at record player numbers only managed to put Guild Wars 2 amounts of content? I mean, when did it hit record player numbers? Didn't it, like, pop off because WoW was fucked because of Shadowlands? But also, I feel like, I mean, it probably releases more content than Guild Wars 2, but I don't know. I'm just guessing. I could be talking bullshit. WoW removed GC in action combat style? No. But action combat style, yes. WoW, retail WoW is pretty action-oriented. But GCD, no. They have stuff that's off GCD and, like, like half GCD as well. But they won't remove it, no. Dodge and move character fluently. Wow, just play melee then. Like melee is very fluid. Like casters have like a lot of mobility. Or Fire Mage. Fire Mage is insane. It feels amazing to play. And that's like a ranged DPS spec. Arcane is more movement. Yeah, Arcane is pretty fast as well, actually. But I mean, Fire, like, Arcane, Fire has no casts. Like, when do you cast in Fire? Like, very rarely in this iteration, right? Like, you maybe do a little bit of fireballing in downtime, but like when you're in Comboost, you're just sending, right? What's the most difficult spec to play in WoW? I actually don't know, but some of the rogue specs are really hard because they're really, really fucking fast. I think Fire Mage is extremely hard to play correctly. Enhancement Shaman is hard to play as well, for sure. Giga dependent? Yeah, because some specs have target caps, Grim, so you have to kind of like almost plan a dungeon around them a little bit, right? You have to... So, for example, right now there's two like God comps. There's like God comp, which is Vengeance Demon Hunter, Disc Priest, Arcane Mage, Unholy DK, and... Well, which one did I not mention? Okay, there's something else. Oh, no. It is what it is. There's also, like, the physical God comp, and physical God comp features, like, Rogue and Brewmaster and stuff, and yeah, you play the dungeons pretty differently. Because, like, you have to kind of play around those classes a little bit more. Balancer? Ah, yeah, of course. Wait, I thought I said Boomkin. I was like, wait, what did I not say? I thought I already said Boomkin, but yeah, Boomkin. Yeah. Ah, Balance Druid, okay. I guess I hallucinated I said that, but yeah. The Boomkin. Yeah. Yeah, and then, yeah, the physical god comp is like Brewmaster, Resto Shaman, and then you just stack all the physical shit. You play Rogue, Warrior Druid? I actually don't know what physical god comp is exactly, but it's something like that. I think actually you got a bit of flexibility in what you want to play in physical god comp. Because of course Squish play bear tank, but I think Brew also has like a physical god comp as well. It'll be tied to the story. They're giving us random specs people think we'll want. It'll probably be like a little bit related, yeah. It might be like, ooh, you know, we're going into the mists and we're finding like echoes of the past, right? Ooh, something like that. But it could be random as well. Yeah. Boom. Physical God comp. Dervish? Yeah, I think Dervish can definitely kick in for sure. Server is EU or NA? EU. Dervish, dude. People think it's cool. It wields a scythe and spins around. And it has a pretty cool interaction with enchantments in that game. Not sure how that would work in Guild Wars 2, though. You basically, like, apply buffs to yourself, and, like, you get bonuses for removing them from yourself. So that's pretty cool. Interact with boons? Yeah, that would be really weird, though. I'm not sure if that could really fit into the design. Exactly, yeah. Removing boons is that's tough. I'm not really gonna work, I think. New class and new elite specs. Elite specs, confirmed. Having a proper side legendaries feels bad. Well, I mean, you got the Doom Scythe. Boom. And, like, the regular side skin as well. Have a couple of options. But it's not going to have a weapon. The elite specs have no weapons. Riches would be a Necro. Well, I've got bad news for you, my brother. Enjoy. We're getting new weapons? Yeah, I thought that was pretty obvious that it would be one or the other. Like, not both. What is that, Angel? This is a Paragon. It's like a leadership warrior type class. Well, to be fair, it might not be called Ritualist, right? In fact, they probably won't. They won't call it Ritualist, right? But it will be Ritualist in all but name. Warrior that shouts at people. Yes. Pretty much. What if they call it Necromancer? I mean, that would be pretty cool. Incredible. Solaria the Broken. It's not out yet? Nah, it's out in October. October! Look, all the hero points stay on the new elite specs. I mean, yeah, I will do that probably. Look, do you know what's going to hit people, guys? I'm going to say it. Right now, we're in basically a 5-month content drought, right? Through to October. Just everyone needs to realize there's essentially a 6-month content drought after the expansion launch as well. I am very interested to see how people are going to handle that mentally. DYB. DYB indeed. I am the Paragon? Ah, yes. Lowry is here. Log in. Incredible. A long-lasting novelty? I think that will help, yeah. Like, elite specs. Elite specs mean that even if the expansion sucks, it doesn't matter, as long as the elite specs are good. Where do the new icons go? Well, I think my best guess is Mesmer is that. Looking like Warrior there. Well, I'm not sure if that's Paragon, though. Like, this, I could see this one being... Oh, dude, it's got the feathered hat, though. I feel like it kind of has to be. I think this one is Ranger, almost for sure. Card one, I think, is Thief. I think this one is really hard to place. I'm not... I mean, Also, I like how Bro lit... Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure if it doesn't look like Necro to me. It's like, I think it might be Rev or NG, to be honest. Or Rev, NG, or Ellie. I think it's really hard to guess. At least it's on the launch. Yeah, that's right. Dude, it's kind of interesting. I believe the acceptance phase comes for us all. Darren's is not in the acceptance phase, though. We have a 1v1 here. I'm going to respect it. Wait, this is... Wait, Staff Dragon Hunter? The hell is going on here? What is this weird-ass build? And this should be unlosable for the Soul Beast. Hall of Monuments? Yeah. I would expect it if it's the last one. The DPS on this build doesn't exist. Why is there no damage going off? This DH should be dead already. G-King if he loses? I mean, it's not looking good, to be honest. It's really not looking good. Oh, no, actually, fuck. I clicked on him by accident. The heal is big. When the thing is, the Guardian has his block. He has the block up. So he's not really close to dead. Perpy in Guild Wars 2? Only in, like, a special game mode area. Why does nobody do any damage in this fight? Like, neither player is doing any DPS. They both have no fucking damage. I don't understand how that's possible on Soul Beast, though. They're both ZDPS. Okay. Oh, hold on. Holy shit. Okay, never mind. I was gonna prevent the gank. I was gonna save them from being ganked, but it wasn't a gank. We're fine. Oh, it's a big rapid fire. The arrows are connecting. Oh, there's no block. We have Rampages 1. That's big stability. This could be big. This is big. Is there renewed focus available? Oh, shit. There's a will bender. We might have to step in. Let's see if he attacks, we're going to get in. The Soul Beast is starting to win, I think. He's got the pressure on. The heat is on. Oh, that's big! A big soul, like a thing. Smoke scale attack. It wasn't quite enough, though. Oh, what? This worldly impact didn't do anything. It connected. There's no. Oh, that's no block now. Oh! Bro, I have never seen a Soul Beast build do this low damage. Like, what is this guy running? Energy says you're putting in the fucking work, to be fair, for the DH. Get him! Oh, this is it. The heal is not that big. The block is big, though. It continues. Oh, the worldly impact was dodged. It's fucking over. We need another Rampages 1. Rampages 1 is going to activate soon. He nearly has it back. There we go. See? Okay. This is it. We pile on the pressure. We need like the little smoke scale assault, right? That's the pumper ability. Dude, he's dying. He's mentally broken. He's mentally broken. Oh, dude, the guard is here. The sentry is here. It's over. It's over. He can't win. He mentally broke. I'll kill the guard. Oh, hold on. I don't actually want to interfere. DAOC. Yeah, if he was playing the Soul Boons build, he would have got the kill. Dude, can you believe that Bick deleted all his videos? God fucking damn it, dude. There's only one video left from Bick. Let me see if I can find it.
I uninstalled Guild Wars 2 today from my computer and basically quit the game. The reason I'm making this video is because I want to be transparent with the people that have been supporting the channel and giving me their time of day. This is not a spit on your face. I'm still streaming. I'm still making my content, but I gotta find a new home. It's
dude, I fucking love this guy, dude. Look, who else did this? One camera, green screen. Second camera, weird monochrome POV here. Third, keyboard camera, then desktop camera. Who the fuck does this? This guy, he deleted all his videos as well. He just archived it. This guy archived it. It's the only video on the channel. Oh, damn. This fight is still going, by the way. Quick reminder, guys, that we left Blish in eternal hell. He suffers for all eternity. Much like this 1v1. Yeah. Blish is in eternal hell. Dude, his food runs out in 7 minutes. That's actually big, by the way. Because then he'll take 10% more damage. Oh, hold on. It's Brick. Wait, he's breaking! He's saying he's giving up. He gets pulled. Dude, I think he's down. He's down. Well, he gets the heal, but he's very close to down. He has to play really passively now. Wow. Dude, Darren's just getting nuked. What the fuck? Can he survive? Deep tank DH. Broke to Minstrel DH. Dude, he's breaking! He's breaking to Minstrel DH! He gets the knock. Needs the heal, though. The yoink! This could be it! He's close to breaking. 2%. He needs the heal. He's down. It's over. It's fucking over. Minstrel DH wins. GG. He mentally broke to it. Oh shit. Fucking NG is attacking me. What the hell? Get the hell out of here. Okay. It is what it is. NG is gone. Yeah, I mean, the NG is dead now. Deleted and cleansed. Give me resistance. Mold long battle. I mean, yeah, that's mold. This proves DH is the best class in the game. I mean, it does. Once again, Magrest is correct. Magrest. Let's play the clip again.
Just fear nurse.
Yeah.
Dragon Hunter changes.
Uh-huh.
Dragon Hunter, which I know a certain person very excited for this. I've been told I can't say their name.
Yep.
Magrest, anyways. So yeah, modifier increases to Dragon Hunter. It's about 5% on Adept, and then.
And do you guys want to hear the second one? The second one is also very powerful.
Support, some DPS adjustments, PvE, a lot of.
Anyone have any life updates?
I know you do.
I'm getting a dog on Sunday.
That's crazy.
Couldn't get it in time for the stream.
Next stream, there might be some, dog cam.
Any
Dog?
Oh My Dogs
You're gonna
in chat?
use
Yeah,
Relic
can we get
of,
some Oh My
of the
Dog?
Rock Dog. I'll do my job here. We'll wrap up the.
The balance streams at the end
No one
will
wants to
show
see that.
like
This is terrible. I'm gonna mute you guys. I say this every stream and I don't do it. I really should. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. As always, as we've said a couple times, the notes will be posted to the forums once this stream concludes momentarily. Please give us your feedback, Taylor specifically, but we will all be looking at your feedback over the weekend.
Taylor reads every single.
Taylor reads everything: Discords,
comment
Reddits, forums,
on
wherever you may post
everything
it.
he sees.
So please give us your feedback. Again, a lot of big changes in this patch. So let us know how you feel about them. And as always, thank you very much for watching. Any final words from either of you? And when I say final words, I mean brief.
Hold on,
Brief
let me pull up
words.
the bingo board. See if there's any last minute.
Bingo.
things.
That's mine.
I don't even have it open. I have a big mistake. Can you fill some of the squares, Taylor?
What's one? I know one of the squares was in alphabetical order, and
Yep.
we didn't do that, so I'm sorry. But
Upbeat.
Okay, thank you for that very enriching interaction. Taylor, anything you'd like to say before we end?
Magrest.
Well, everyone, thank you very much for watching. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. And until next time,
What are you guys eating for lunch?
we'll see you.
Dude, how are they going to beat that? How are they going to make a better stream than that ever? How is it even possible? I'm not sure if it's I don't think it can be done. That was their magnum opus. That was the peak. That was the peak of Guild Wars 2 balance streams. Okay, this is why I am a little bit frustrated with how ArenaNet communicates sometimes. Because the devs themselves, the actual human beings, are really funny, charismatic, and entertaining. But a lot of the time when ArenaNet communicates, they are corporate as fuck. You know, they're very corporate. I think that's weird. Because, yeah, dude, you have CMC and Trig and Roy, they're really funny. Grouch is very personable. You know, he's been in Twitch chat, obviously. You know, I've done a little tea time with Grouch and so on in the past. Like, the devs are really, really charismatic, interesting people, but, like, that personality doesn't always get expressed, which I think is kind of unfortunate, actually. splitting audience. Dude, I feel like people are missing this. The point of Guild Wars 3 is not to get everyone who plays Guild Wars 2 to play Guild Wars 3. Guild Wars 3 is ArenaNet aiming big. Guild Wars 3 is ArenaNet saying, we don't want to be this kind of niche game that, you know, people think is pretty okay and play in their downtime before the other MMOs. Or if the other MMOs are too hardcore for them, right? They play Guild Wars 2 because, like, that's all they have time for. They don't want that. This is ArenaNet saying, actually, we want to challenge the industry. Like, this is ArenaNet saying, actually, we do want to bring something new. We actually do want to make our mark on this. We don't want to just be, like, forever this kind of, like, smaller MMO that's kind of ticking along, right? Like, yeah, Guild Wars 3 wants to be your main game. They want it to be, like, you know, something that is really competing for your attention. Like, I actually think Guild Wars 3 is not threatened by Guild Wars 2 or, like, audience splitting in any way. Guild Wars 3 is going to be... We're going to try and appeal to a big audience, right? We're going to get a lot of people engaged in the game. Like, that's where they're going with this. Did you get the kill here, right? The thing is, I can't finish this. That's the problem. I don't think we can defend... There's only, like, me and one other guy. Yeah. And the thing, I don't think people really understand the situation here. Like, it's... The amount of people that ArenaNet can get from launching a new game... And maybe there's something you need to talk about, Darren's, actually, because I feel like a lot of the reasons you're getting a bit of pushback is people aren't understanding the context here. Like... The amount of people ArenaNet can get from making a new game dwarfs the current population of Guild Wars 2. Like, it's not even close. The amount of potential new players they can get who haven't played the franchise or aren't really interested in Guild Wars 2 is massive. It is absolutely huge. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 on launch was fucking massive. Guild Wars 2 is not that big anymore. They must produce more content. Well, I mean, yeah, like that would be the dream. I imagine they'll be very heavily focused on making sure they can deliver a lot of content for the game, yeah. It's because it's trying to hog on my time to be my main game. Well, I don't really view a game releasing a lot of content as trying to hog your time, right? I don't perceive it that way. And hey, look, Guild Wars 2 isn't going anywhere, so you can just keep playing Guild Wars 2. Rumor code for ArenaNet's next game? Yeah, that's right, yeah. We talk about the inventory? Listen, we don't... Look, can we just pretend it doesn't exist? Let's not talk about it. A bit on copium? I think I'm not as much copium as you might think. Or at least... look, well, maybe I am. Like, maybe I am. I do genuinely really respect ArenaNet as a game studio, though. Like, again... I said this during my little YouTube video. ArenaNet is, in my opinion, by far the game studio most likely to make a good new MMO. Not even close. I have way more confidence that Guild Wars 3 will be good than Ashes of Creation or the Riot MMO being good. It's not even close. And yeah, sure, like, you know, Guild Wars 2 is not in the best spot right now, and it's not what it once was. That's true. But I think there's a lot of reasons for that, and I think the reasons are actually understandable. Then those reasons might not be present for Guild Wars 3. It could be anything. I don't think it could be anything, actually. I think it's very likely to be Guild Wars 3. Like, it's an MMO. It's based on an existing fantasy IP. It might not be called Guild Wars 3, but it will be something like that. Inventory issues is not equal relatable problems. You can't relate to my inventory struggles. But I guess not. And listen, this is hard for me, guys, okay? What even is this? Rare Ascalonian coin. That's from the Ecto Gamble. Okay, I'll do some Ecto Gambles. 4 Ecto Gambles? Ooh. Well, I'm still up, because I actually won pretty big on the last couple of gambles. Okay, let's try that. Let's do another 4. Another 4 gambles. Come on, win big. Ooh, okay. 4 more. That was pretty bad. Oh, I've lost all my Ectos. I've really been drained on Ectos, man. I can only do 1. Oh! Dude, you hate to see that. Okay, let's do 3 more. Okay, we're gonna win big here. We're gonna win big. Ready to win big! Oh, man. Dude, it's not hitting today, is it, guys? It is not hot. The Scrit is not hot. At least we won some of the Ectos back. Wait. The art style doesn't appeal? I actually really disagree with that. I think Guild Wars 2 is fine for mass appeal. And look, dude, do you know the worst thing about Guild Wars 2 right now is that nobody who remembers how the game was on launch and what ArenaNet is capable of still plays. Do you guys not remember? Dude, Guild Wars 2 was hailed as the chosen one. The game that could compete with WoW. Like, it was huge! Like, ArenaNet have done this. Past tense. This is not me coping that they're going to magically pull something out of a hat. It is a little bit. But there's history to look on this. They have done this before. Yeah. I mean, saying WoW Killer is silly, but WoW Competitor is not. Ship of Theseus. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of saying stuff like this, because people say this about Blizzard as well. So I think it's kind of bollocks, to be honest. Because in my opinion, the WoW team is killing it right now. I'm sure there's a lot of turnover at OSRS and Final Fantasy as well. I'm not the biggest fan of saying, oh, well, it's different devs now. I mean, obviously, like, turnover isn't ideal, but it's a new game, right? Like, it's a new game, so it's less relevant. T-Bot is the chosen one? That is true, actually. That actually is true. Guild Wars 2 launch was the best experience. HOT. HOT was the best Guild Wars 2 expansion. In fact, I'd say HOT was the best MMO expansion of all time, I would say. So I don't like this idea that... I really don't like this idea that ArenaNet is incapable. Like, you guys call me the fucking doomers, right? And I'm saying ArenaNet can make a banger game and they can actually change the industry. Meanwhile, you guys are saying, it's Ship of Theseus, the studio's washed, the devs are gone, it's over, right? Like, that's basically what you're saying. I'm the optimistic one here. When about HD versus official Guild Wars 2 official launch was probably peak if you were a world versus world player, and arguably if you're a PvP player. If you're a PvX player, HOT was just better. You could honestly make the argument that Elite specs were so good, it made it better for PvP as well. But I think World versus World, core World versus World was a very different experience to HOT World versus World. So some players would definitely prefer core World versus World very specifically, maybe even core PvP. Because those two game modes, even though I think they were excellent, they were fundamentally different experiences that some players may have a preference for. Well, yeah, the reason why I actually do say that core was worse than HOT was because another thing that people don't remember about original Guild Wars 2 is that original Guild Wars 2 was borked. There was some weird shit. Culling in all game modes, but particularly World vs. World was very unusual. Very, very weird. Class design was a little bit wonky as well. They ironed that out in HOT a fair bit with elite specializations. So the game wasn't perfect. It had some weirdness to it. Launch, what was it so different? There was a massive shift in combat design in HOT, really leaning heavily into the boon system and adding like proper support builds, like proper healers, very notably Tempest and Druid and stuff like that. So it was like a big design shift. Also in World vs. World, there used to be no target cap. That of course got changed as well. And also there was no proper squad system. So that was also just a fundamental difference in how you went about playing the game. Yeah, Herald, for example, yeah. And stability worked differently, too. Stability didn't stack. It was just you had CC immunity while you had stability on. It didn't stack up like it does now. So there were a couple of, like, very major reworks that, like, fundamentally changed how the game mode played out. So that's why. Boom. A lot of the shift players to a new game. I'm actually not so sure about that. I think there's actually a lot of room for a new game because of how seasonal games are. Like, WoW is a very seasonal game. Guild Wars 2 is a seasonal game currently. RuneScape is a seasonal game. So I actually think there is room because of the nature of how the industry has shifted. Everything is like an ARPG now. I think it's very easy to play multiple games currently. Very, very easy to play multiple games. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very doable, I think. So I think there's room for Guild Wars 3. Also, the thing is that newer games haven't hit at all. And people, look, guys, do you want me to show you how I know people are hungry for a new MMO? Let me show you. Here you go. Peak 913,000 concurrents on New World. Yeah. There's demand for this. Like, people are looking for this. People do want this. And obviously it didn't work out with New World, but yeah. Dude, nearly 1 million? I think Lost Ark had 1 million, right? Didn't Lost Ark peak at, like... No, okay, 900,000 concurrents is insane. Like, that is an insane number. Because that's not like 900,000 players, right, who like log in. This is 900,000 people logged into the game at the same time. That's a crazy number. That's a ridiculous number. I don't think that number is insane. I mean, it's pretty insane. Wait, why are we saying that 900k... Guys, look, I feel that's a high standard. If 900k concurrents isn't a big number, then I don't have to tell you. Yeah, like Lost Ark. If we look at Lost Ark, this game also had like a huge launch, no? Let's go back. Yeah, 1.3 million concurrents. That's huge. People are looking for this experience, yeah. People are absolutely looking for a new MMO. There is a market for that. No doubt, in my opinion. Yeah. And yeah, I think at the end of the day, has Lost Ark really landed? No. Did New World land? No, of course not. I feel like Throne Liberty is doing a little bit better, but not amazing. And Chrono Odyssey is not looking great, is it? I think, is my understanding of the situation. So, it's like, I think there is a market for this. Okay, ooh, is that a support? That's a support Mesmer. Okay, this is a kind of a roaming group. We need to kill this support Mesmer, though. Did we actually find this? He didn't get his heal off. He's going to go for it. We need to keep the heat up. Oh, that's actually really unfortunate. We nearly got it. We get this kill, but I don't think I can finish it in time. That's the problem. Yeah. Okay. Downstate. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Done. Okay, nice. Two v4, 1v4. My bro is dead already. Okay. Ugh. Add 2 years dev time to every MMO. I actually think that's very unlikely to happen. Well, funnily enough, I'm hopefully going to talk about this. I'm going to hopefully have Josh Drive Hayes, Ross from Stop Killing Games, and maybe Lara, if we can fit that in, on a little podcast situation talking about how Stop Killing Games could interact with MMOs. But no, I don't believe that to be the case, to be honest. Renji! Dude, when is Renji coming back to Guild Wars 2, bro? Renji? What's up with that? If Monk comes to Guild Wars 2? Green Genji, Slobberfest? Dude, Slobberfest returning could be powerful. You'll be streaming shirtless Monk style? That's actually very high-powered. I would love to see that. I kind of hate that Stop Killing Games has become successful because of pirate software. Honestly, learn something. I view this as just one of those amusing twists of fate. I find it extremely funny that it's become highly successful because of that. And you know, yeah, I could have been more involved earlier, as could many other people. But no, like you got to take your victories, haven't you? It is what it is. But very funny. Yes, extremely funny, actually. So they're all waiting over there. Only Fang save gaming. True. To be honest, though, okay, this is kind of like a meta level here, but I think Stop Killing Games is even more important than it sounds. I think there's a huge amount of apathy in the gaming community right now that and Ross talks about this in one of his videos, of course. He says there's a lot of apathy that there's nothing we can do about being fucked by corporations in the games industry, like Ubisoft, for example. Oh, wait, actually, can this be? Wait, yeah. But I think a movement like this is really important because if it passes, it's going to show that actually, no, we can do something about it. Like, we have the ability to enact change, right? No, I completely agree with you. Like, you're 100% right. But I think people feel there's no hope, right? People feel that there's absolutely zero hope in getting anything done or changing anything. So I think this movement passing is so important because it will show people that, yeah, if you organize, you have the ability to enact real change. And that could lead to more improvements to consumer rights within the industry. And yeah, of course, chat is saying it. Yeah, it's not just the gaming industry. I think there's a lot of apathy. People feel that there's nothing to be done. There's nothing we can do to stop massive corporations messing with us, right? And engaging in really in practices that damage the general population, right? Like, yeah, there's a lot of apathy there. I understand why too. I understand the cynicism. The cynicism is not irrational. The cynicism is well placed. But that's why I think stuff like Stop Killing Games is so important, because it can maybe be the thing that cuts through that apathy, right? It can be the start of something even larger with like more consumer advocacy, like within the gaming industry and even beyond. Yeah, for sure, 100%. No, I agree. Look, I'm not saying people don't have reason to be cynical. There are very good reasons to be cynical, but look, are we just gonna sit around here and fucking take it? Thankfully not, thanks to Stop Killing Games. Yeah. So, yeah. Incredible. Also, wait, guys, can someone actually fact check me about this? Wait, someone get me a fact check. Is this real? Because I saw this, but there's no fucking... I couldn't believe it. Yeah. You must immediately uninstall the product and destroy all copies of the product in your possession. And it's apparently Ubisoft updated their user agreement with this. But is this real? Can someone like get me a link like on a... I can't believe this is real. Is there a way to like see the terms of service for a Ubisoft game? Because I saw this, and I'm not doubting it, to be clear, right? Nothing would fucking surprise me, but I would like to like verify this. Is it actually true? Do they actually do this? That's fucking crazy. That's wild, if that's the case. I mean, also, like, yeah, this is dumb, right? This is stupid. How are they enforcing this? They're going to come and check your hard drive? Like, they've, like, deleted it or something? This is so dumb. Section 9. Oh, we actually... Okay, here we go. Termination by use will be effective upon notice. To you, termination of a Ubisoft account, if any, at the time of use decision to continue, or offering and or supporting the product. Dude, I was actually thinking maybe this was more reasonable. It's like if you get banned, you have to uninstall, or if they terminate your service that way, or if you break the license agreement. But no, they're not saying that. They're saying termination will be effective upon notice to you, termination of your Ubisoft account, or if they discontinue or supporting the product. Upon termination, for any reason, you must uninstall the product and destroy all copies of the product. Holy fuck! Dude, I was thinking like maybe it's like if you get banned, you've got to uninstall. Okay, you know, not enforceable, but okay. But yeah, they're literally saying if they terminate for any reason, you have to destroy the copy of the product. So, like, assuming, exactly, Larry. That implies physical products. So, like, if you had a disc or like a special, physical copy, you would have to destroy the physical copy of the product. That's insane. Yeah, that's absurd. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, I believe, to be fair, I think Ubisoft are in hot water, aren't they? Right, they're in hot water about the crew, if I'm not mistaken. So they actually might not get away with this, but that is just obscene. It's completely ridiculous. Like, they are saying that their license agreement says if they discontinue a service for their product, you have to destroy that product that you paid for. That's ridiculous. What? That is completely absurd. Like, this is the shit why stop killing games is important. This is the garbage that these companies are trying to get away with, which is why we need regulation, right? Yeah, but this obviously needs to be regulated. This is stupid. It's just a joke. That's just a joke, to be honest. It's just dumb. Yeah. Would the US support stop killing games? I think there's basically no hope, as I understand it. Like, there's a reason why it's the EU is being targeted here. But my understanding is that Ross has like no hope for the US regulation. To kick in. But honestly, it doesn't actually matter that much because there's this thing called like the Brussels effect, I believe is what it's called, is the EU regulation tends to spread out and become adopted. So the EU doing it is probably good enough a lot of the time, or at least it wouldn't hurt, right? So yeah, that's the situation. To terminate this agreement anytime for any reason, without notice to you. Dude, yeah, I've seen the Blizzard one too. The Blizzard one is actually hilarious. Blizzard reserves the right to terminate this agreement at any time, for any reason, or for no reason, with or without notice to you. Huh? Dude, why are we accepting this? Why are we fucking taking this? Right? This is dumb. This is ridiculous. It's absurd. That's the case. Yeah. 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 I saw that a new expansion release. Everyone knows that common to get a great deal on all expansions. Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, but that's why it's important to actually have these consumer movements, though, Mr. Sturg. Right? That's why Stop Killing Games is based. Because Stop Killing Games wants to change this and make it so actually you can't get away with this crap. How do you regulate banning people for griefing or something similar, though? Well, I mean, I think it's fair game for you to have your service removed for a reason. Like, if you're found to be, like, DDoSing the servers, or if you're, like, griefing other players or being incredibly toxic, then I think that's all fair and good. That, you know, you agree not to do that or have your service terminated. I think that's not unreasonable. Companies are way too ban happy, especially Blizzard. Honestly, I think being ban happy is kind of good, to be honest. Like, you know, I think it's because I'm getting a little bit older, but to be honest, I just don't want these. I don't want like a bunch of like degens like playing my game, you know. I got banned on Overwatch and WoW for trolling, only for 7 days, though. Well, I mean, why? Maybe you shouldn't, like, troll people. I don't know. Soft grieving is in playing in ways suboptimally. Find the metagame. I don't think... the thing is, I don't think it should be... I think you should always be in good faith. Unless you've got, like, a lot of evidence that someone is, like, deliberately joining and playing suboptimally on purpose to either match manipulate or grief, I think you just give them a pass, right? Like, I don't think it's against TOS to be bad at the game, right? And at the end of the day, I think the responsibility is kind of on the Okay, so this is what I would say. I would say, if you don't vet your players... and you fail, let's say you join a Mythic Plus key, and you don't vet the players in that group enough, like you don't check their builds, you have no idea what they're running, you haven't checked their gear or whatever. I'm not gonna lie, I think that's kind of on you, right? The game gives you the tools to do that and vet people, and you have the ability to withdraw consent from playing in that group whenever you like. Like, if you join a group and it's before the dungeon starts, or you're in a raid group and you're checking people's like Raider.io score, like their logs and so on, you can leave. You don't have to play in that group. And I do that sometimes. I've joined raid groups. I've done a pull or two and said, you know what? This isn't really going to be fun for me. I'm out. Peace out. Same with Mythic Plus. Like, if I join a Mythic Plus group and I see someone's obviously being boosted, you know, they're very low eye level and very low rating, and they're being boosted by their friends, I'll go, you know what? I'm going to peace out. You guys have fun. I don't flame them. I don't get toxic. I just leave. If I'm not going to time something, I have no reason to stay. You actually do, though. And I think the lever system is really good. I like it a lot, actually. Your reason to stay in the key is that, one, you might time it, right? Like, just wiping. It's to prevent people from leaving earlier than they should. Like, and there's still a vote system, so you can leave if everyone votes that the key is deplete, but it means you can't leave early. For example, if you have one wipe, realistically, the key is almost always salvageable. Like, most keys are way more salvageable than people think they are. People, like, rage quitting and AFKing and leaving is honestly a huge reason that keys deplete. And yeah, like, you join that group with the assumption that you're going to do your best to finish the key and complete it to get the loot at least and some crests. So yeah, people don't want you to leave. Yeah, you shouldn't leave. And it shows my account looks bad on Raider.io. I'd rather leave than people inviting me less. I don't think it looks bad on Raider.io, actually. Like, the fact that you've completed a 12 looks better than the fact that you haven't completed a 12 in terms of the LFG. And, well, just go complete the 12. Like, go and finish the key, and then it goes away, right? And you're playing for weekly, what's the last boss going to be deplete, but you want to complete? Yeah, exactly, that's dumb. Like, that does happen. People leave on the end boss. It's like, why? It's like 3 minutes, bro. Like, it's 3 minutes, and you just get, like, potentially a hero piece and crests. It's like, it's actually so cringe to leave at that point. Yeah. Challenger in League every single season, they're silver, running it down, clear intentional. Yeah, of course. It's, you know, you have to have some pretty damn good evidence, right? Like, if someone's griefing or trolling. I'm Hardstuck 2.7k IO though. Yeah, but the thing is think about this. If you'd stayed in every key, your IO would be higher. What about a high rank league player deciding to play a meme build and ranked 1 in 20 games? I think it's hard to regulate, and I certainly don't envy the job. Oh, and I think you're absolutely right. I don't think this is super related to stop killing games, but I completely agree with you. Yeah, like doing this type of moderation is really difficult. Yeah, for sure. I would say intent is really important. If they're just playing a meme build to have a little bit of fun, you could say it's arguably a dick move, but I actually don't think that level of dickery is worth a ban. Like, I would say that I don't think you can ban for that because this is the way that StarCraft 2 does this. It wouldn't work in League, obviously, but in StarCraft 2, you basically have a separate MMR for each race you play for Terran, Zerg, and Protoss. So, because what would happen is that obviously people would play on their off race, or they would play multiple races, and therefore they'd be better at one of them, so it would lead to like really weird games, essentially. And it's really hard to facilitate this. Like if you're highly ranked and you change your build, you're obviously going to perform worse, right? I think that's just one of the things that you have to just deal with, right? Like that's just like the way it is. I literally forfeit every single TVT. You really shouldn't do that. That's dog shit behavior. You're making the game miserable for all of the Zergs and Protosses you're playing against because you've just artificially decreased your MMR. And that means that you're massively outmatching anyone who's playing Protoss or Zerg that you run into. Like, that's a horrible thing to do. You shouldn't do it. You should actually be banned for doing that, in my opinion. Because you're actively smurfing and deliberately engaging in behavior that makes the game worse for your fellow player. SC2. I'm playing a lot of co-op, actually. Not 1v1. I do want to sit down and grind it at some point, but yeah. Dropping on purse, I completely agree, yeah. Like, deliberately lowering your MMR should be bannable, 1,000,000%. I hit plat while still doing it. Yeah, but that's really bad, because that means that your actual skill level is probably diamond, and now you're bullying platinum Protoss and Zergs. So yeah, no, I think that's really bad behavior. Sword, Spear, Harbinger? Yeah, that's right, yeah. 45-minute tank positioning battles? Play cheesy then. Look, instead of leaving every game, play Proxy Reaper every game. Play Proxy Marauder. Play a one-base tank all-in instead. Play Double Factory Hellion Cyclone all-in. Play Proxy 4-Rax all-in. The game will be over in 5 minutes either way. Surely if someone makes an alt account for any game in theory, it should be treated this. It would get the same rating. Yeah. In particular, this type of smurfing Grim is they lead. There's you have 3 matchups, right? You're playing Terran versus Terran, Terran versus Zerg, Terran versus Protoss. They're instantly leaving every Terran versus Terran to crush their MMR, so they play against weaker opponents from the Protoss and Zerg, right? In League and stuff. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess the thing is that it probably takes kind of a long time to get to your natural MMR. So you basically like stomp a bunch of noobs like on your way up the ladder, which I would consider to be like a kind of shitty thing. Also, I feel like there's zero reason to make an ult in League, right? Is there any reason to actually make an ult in a MOBA? What's the purpose of that? Because it's... I could understand it in a 1v1 game to have an anonymous account. And I guess there could be an element of that in League 2. Like, maybe you're learning a new champion. You want to... You don't want the competition to know that you can play this champion at high level. Maybe. But yeah, I don't know. You can dodge games and swap account without waiting punishment. Yeah, but that's cringe. That's all dog shit behavior, no? Like, that's bad. We shouldn't be encouraging that. I don't like that. You shouldn't do that. Yeah. It's worth it to leave games. It also means the devs don't punish properly, either by giving QCD bigger CR. Yeah, it's because, weirdly enough, nobody ever bothered to really do that in StarCraft 2 while the game had active support. I know that sounds weird, but it is. Yeah. Dodging can be better than losing. Well, of course it will be. Dodging will, like, avoiding strong opponents will always be better than losing, but it's like a weird version of match manipulation, right? Yeah. How do you get better if you avoid the opponents you have something to learn from? You don't, because people view the game as improving your rating, not getting better. Like, improving your getting better at the game is the correct way to improve your rating, but it turns out there are other, easier ways to inflate your rating. And in fact, what's interesting is that it is not optimal to play the game legitimately. That's kind of an issue. Like, for example, if you want to get rank 1 in Guild Wars 2 PvP, it is optimal to just add all of these people to your friends and just dodge them. This is the issue, is that getting better and improving is not optimal for making your rating go up, right? Like, that's good and you should do that, but if you improve your skill level and you also engage in, like, pseudo match manipulation, your rating will go up even more. Hey, good night, Jake, Zidjo. I'll see you. Leecher. If you got to draft that skill issue, yeah, 100%, yeah, that's part of the game. If the enemy team, like, drafts a team that counters yours in some way, is better than yours, it's literally a skill issue. Trebuchets. I'm building. Why was someone playing a lost game that you'll learn nothing for? Because someone is auto-filled. I will actually admit this. That system sounds... The idea of that system sounds absolutely fucking horrible to me. I'm not gonna lie. I can't imagine why League has that system. Like, 'cause surely queue times aren't that long anyway. The game's really popular. That's crazy to me. Auto-filled, that's just appalling. Like, genuinely awful, dog shit, horrible system. very few people want to play certain roles, then that is a problem with those roles. Certain roles are mega popular, then they need to address that. That, in my opinion, is a game design issue. Then they should make those roles good. I do feel the same way, by the way, about WoW. Like, if they want more people to play healer in PvP, they need to change that role in PvP. Because that's basically the issue with WoW right now, is that nobody wants to play healer in PvP. Then they need to address that. That's not a reason to, like, make the system horrible. You should fix that role then. They're just unfun. Yeah, that's a huge that's a huge fucking problem, guys. If the role isn't fun, then maybe they should fix that. Yeah. I don't know. People believe they're not winning the game. There's something they can learn. Winning games from ahead is giga easy. People refuse to even try to play. Yeah, I mean, you can even in a game where you get completely owned, you always can learn mechanical skill. People find the role conceptually unfun, so the only way to get people to play it is to overbuff the numbers. So it's just overpowered. I mean, if people find something conceptually unfun about the game, that's a huge problem, no? That doesn't sound good to me. Most people will never find support fun. That's just how it is. Then they should probably find a way to make more people find it fun. Same with healer and WoW. Jester got flamed by a 3.1k ret? What the fuck? Wait, okay, I'm tuning in. Wait, he turned off the stream. Okay. Wait, is it deplete? Oh no, wait, it's not deplete. Oh, the chat is hidden? Wait, can I see the speech bubble?
Clear.
Nice.
Oh, wait, what went... Wait, this was fine, though. Wait, why would he flame? Makes literally 0 sense.
Big.
What's the problem here? Wait, what it...
3.
Yeah, this is plus even, no? Boosted Mage and Hunter. I'm helping you realize that your class could do better. Wait, how is he flaming the Mage? What? Wait, what is this?
That is a lot.
Bro, I'm fucking sorry, dude. Okay, hold on. Bro is doing 1.5 million single target and he's flaming? Is he serious? I'm like, obviously, yeah, Jester's learning a new spec right now.
Clear.
Nice.
Like, you know, Jester's obviously learning a new specs with single target. Could obviously be a fair bit better, but it's not like Bro is pumping. That's crazy. Was he a Kazakh player? Or is he Kazakh? Yeah. Daily reminder, guys, that Snizzle is a Kazakh player. Just so everyone's aware of that. Yeah. Well, look, I'm just saying, Kazakh players are fucking sus, okay? That's is what it is. Like, certain servers have a reputation, and look, Kazakh is known to be relatively sus. Oh, it's Dragon Banner? Just as mental is broken. It's over. This is looking pretty good, actually. It's fine. Jester will, you know, Jester has his wish. There's Lever's penalty next season. So his keys will not randomly deplete to the tank leaving first pull. Waste time revamping Guild Wars 2 systems? No, it makes perfect sense. Wait, maybe I'm the lunatic here. It makes perfect sense to revamp the systems. Make them streamlined. Make them easier to maintain. That's exactly the situation. Oh, shit. Oh! It's over. The defending force has vanquished us. And it is what it is. Hey, you're welcome, Vithorius. Maybe we actually enable Kazakh emote. Well, okay. No, okay, Jello there. I actually want to talk about this, okay? So, it's really... okay. It's important to recognize this is a game design lens. You're pointing out something that if people are auto-filled, it can reduce the quality of the game, right? And I don't play League. I'm going to assume that that's true. I'm going to walk everyone through this. I'm assuming that that's true. And the autofill does reduce the quality of games. Sounds reasonable to me. Then this is a huge problem that Riot need to address. If they've got a game system that is making people want to leave games because of it, that is very bad. And they need to fix that. It seems to be a massive problem with the design of the game and the way it works. Now, it sounds like their argument is that essentially, because of the way roles work, and you can kind of walk down this, right? Like, if there were no autofill, then queue times would be longer. Okay, why? Because people don't like certain roles. Well, they need to make it so, look, I'll be brutal here, guys. In that case, they need to either remove those roles or make those roles fun. I don't know what to tell you. That's just the way it is. You cannot build not like support, then support needs to go. Then support needs to go. Or be replaced by something else. If that's the case. Yeah. They would pay billions for a solution. I mean, I guess. Don't play tank a lot of the time, so they don't lead the group. And I think they've actually helped. I think that problem, I believe, has genuinely improved a fair bit in the expansions. They made tanking a lot easier, I think. I think Season 1 was a little bit whack because tanks were quite weak in Season 1. But in Season 2, I feel like they made tanks way stronger, particularly defensively. Like, stuff like Bear is just a brick, right? You're so tanky right now. Like, VDH is so tanky. I feel like they made it a fair bit easier. Season 1 was a bit off because, like, every tank was kind of squishy, to be honest. But in Season 2, I think they've really responded to that feedback that tanking was, like, too hard. But yeah, it's exactly the same as PvP. If people don't want to play healer in WoW PvP, that is a massive problem. That is a serious issue that they have that they need to address with game design. Boom. They convince only they can carry. Well, here's the thing, though. Like, again, if that is suggesting that supports don't have enough impact on the game, then maybe they should. But I understand that that's not just the only issue there as well, because someone said that jungler is really strong, but people still don't play it. Support has mega impact? Okay, well, then that's not the issue, then. And just have the most impact? Wait, so people are just dumb then? And they just think that those roles don't carry, but they actually do? Do you think support role is undesirable in Guild Wars 2 PvP? What is Guild Wars 2 better or worse? I think people don't like playing supports, mostly because supports are like very high impact. People don't like the responsibility in Guild Wars 2. I think support is probably also one of the harder roles to play, particularly in PvP, actually. I think when you watch someone like Misha or Goku play support, it's very different to watching someone who's not as good on support. It's a very high impact. Incredible. But yeah, autofill sounds like a horrible system, like dog shit system. Like, if you queue up, you should play the role that you queued up for. It really is that simple. That's dumb. GG. Ooh. MOBAs in current year Omega lol. I'm actually really hungry. And the whole MOBA against that makes it hard to come back from behind. I mean, toxicity is funny. Like, I think toxicity is insoluble because, look, you can never fix this problem because it would require people to basically not have an ego. And also, it's a bit of a perception problem. So think about this, right? This is the key reason why toxicity happens. When you're in a game, you're in with 4 other people in a MOBA, right? Assuming that everyone makes mistakes about the same rate. Let's say you make 1 mistake every 3 minutes in a MOBA. Think about this. From your perspective, you're making 1 mistake every 3 minutes, and everyone else is making 4 mistakes every 3 minutes, right? Because you're looking at 4 other people, and everyone sees it that way. So from your perspective, other people are fucking up way more than you, but in reality, there's just 4 times as many people in the game who aren't you. And this is like a perception problem that people have. And also, people tend to be very focused on rating rather than getting better at the game. Like, and it's just way easier to externalize things going wrong to other people and blame other people rather than taking accountability for what you could have done. Like, here's a really important thing, guys, and I believe this would be true in a MOBA, right? Like, if you're in fucking bronze or some shit, or even like silver or plat, or even a higher rating, let's be honest here. If you replace you in that MOBA game with Faker, he will win every single one of those games with 100% win rate. I feel fairly confident in saying that, even though I don't play MOBAs. Like, there's always something you could have done way better to win. So complaining about other people is just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Like, honestly, 100% is a bit high. I mean, it will be, like, very high, though. If you take, like, an actual pro league player and put them in even, like, a moderately, like, you know, an average game. I don't know what that is in league. Like, I don't know, gold or plat or some shit. I don't know. But if you take, like, a best-in-the-world player and put them into that game, they will dominate the game every single time and hard carry. Even in, you know, like a quote-unquote average skill level game. Honestly, even in a moderately high skill game, like getting into like top 10% and so on. If you take like a best-in-the-world player and drop them in a top 10% game, the amount of impact they're going to have is absurd. Because they are going to crush their lane, like, every single time. Make one of the other players probably fucking useless, right, on the enemy team, and then just kill everyone. Because, of course, right, if you crush a lane, that, like, doesn't only make you stronger, it weakens your opponent, right? Because they're not able to get items and so on, and, you know, get creep score and so on. They're not going to be able to do shit versus a pro player. Incredible. They tried to do this in Overwatch with Mercy and Lifeweaver, pure support cards that broke people. Wait, in what way? Well, I've done, of course, yeah. Because look, basically, look, I'm gonna say it, guys. Toxicity is just a skill issue. Like, I'm not even joking, man. Like, toxicity just means you're bad. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. The issue with support, you can't make it fun enough for people to enjoy it without making it extremely overpowered. You can't remove it without literally working the entire game, including the actual map, because supposedly this is a consequence of the limited resources available on the map. Well, I mean, I don't know. That just seems like a design problem, though. I do feel the same way about healers in WoW. Like, healing is actually a weird role that I think has some, like, fundamental design issues. The thing about healing is that it is actually very high impact. Like, here's an example, guys. In our first season of Mythic Plus, Snizzle hard carried us. There's just no question about that. Like, I admit that. Like, we would not have got to the same rating we would have got if we didn't have Snizzle on his Holy Paladin, like, unironically hard carrying us. Like, that's just a fact. But the thing is that it's actually really hard to tell when that's happening. It's really hard to tell when that's happening. It's very obvious when the healer is fucking up, but it's not very obvious when they're doing well. Like, it's very subtle, actually. It's, And the other problem with healing in WoW is that healing is... If your team fucks up, you're kind of helpless, to be honest. Like, there's... If your team isn't gonna kick... They're not going to press defensives. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, they're just going to die. Like, the game just isn't... The game just doesn't work that way. Like, you can't just, like, out-heal everything. If people don't press shit, there's just no way around it. Or if they, like, soak mechanics, there's just nothing they can do. So healing is a really weird role. It's not a surprise to me that people don't want to play it as much because... it is very impactful, but it's just not very obviously impactful. Huge. Not everyone has healer instincts. It is true. Not everyone's into that stuff. You can play the game and give some constructive criticism, but you can tell them their garbage is uninstalled. I don't think that's a skill issue at all. In my opinion, I view one of the biggest things that reduces your win rate is lack of emotional control. And if you lose your temper and start flaming people, I don't know, like you've lost your temper. You've lost your emotional control. You've lost your composure. You're going to reduce your win rate. So, yeah, skill issue. If you can't control yourself, that's on you. Do better. That's not to say there are no good players who are toxic. There obviously are. But I'm saying they'd be better if they weren't. Yeah, and exactly. If you start flaming people, people are going to go like, well, fuck you then. Just like not care anymore. It will just reduce your win rate. There's no winning. Like flaming people just reduces your win rate. It's dumb. Like if you flame people, you are reducing your win rate in the game. It's stupid. Like you're going to play worse probably because your emotional state is volatile, and other people are going to play worse because like they're being flamed. They're like, well, fuck you then. See, listen, I'm a busy guy, all right? We got a lot to do here. Some people flame because they need to let off steam. I completely agree. Like, letting off steam is good, but there's, like, healthy ways to do that as well. They don't involve flaming. I don't know, fucking count to 10. Like, put the music on, right? Like, stop looking at the chat. Cover up the chat and just, like, play. Focus on what you're doing. Yeah, like, flaming is one way to let off steam, but there are plenty of other ways to let off steam. Or like, deal with frustration. And then people say, hey, sure. I mean, look, if that works, it works, right? Yeah. Kind of need to communicate with your team. I mean, sure. Look, I'm not saying that's like the only solution or the best solution, but do what you got to do, right? Once people get emotional, they don't think rationally anyway. I agree, but that's my point, though. If you do allow yourself to lose your composure, you are going to make bad decisions. It's going to impair your ability to play. Yeah, I completely agree with you, but that's my entire point, is that if you want to perform at your best, you need to keep a clear head. Like, you need to have the presence of mind. Also, the stream is over. I'm raiding Lara. Let's go. I will see you guys tomorrow for another Elite Spec image. More slop. Okay, follow, subscribe, buy the game using my referral link, buy the expansion when it is pre-orderable using my referral link and the Ultimate Edition. Follow, subscribe, leave comments. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm out. GG.